Mr. Techno, I mean, I feel like the winter's not going to bother you because Mongolia gets pretty cold as well.
Yeah, it was pretty cold. I think it was the peak this winter.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of minus 40 round, yeah.
What? Okay, so this is a light jacket.
Yeah.
For the Polish winter, it's nothing. Polish winter is nothing in comparison.
Yeah, comparing to it, it's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, love that. How are you feeling about the new year? Feeling confident?
Yeah, we had a pretty good break, and it's very needed at the end of the year. And starting the new game, start the new season, yeah, everything feels great.
What can you tell me about the new FaZe?
New face? We will see.
We will see.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, a bit of suspense, a little bit of suspense. Hello, Mr. Cobra. He says we'll see. What are we going to see?
Yeah, we're gonna see.
We are going to see. You excited to be here?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And how's Blitz as a captain? You know, do you have to follow every word, or is it more flexible?
Yeah. Yeah, he's tough and flexible too.
Yeah, so it's kind of a hard and soft. Yeah, bit of both.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Malbs MD, the doctor, is in Krakow. Hello.
Hello. Dzień dobry.
Yeah, dzień dobry. We haven't seen, well, you and you guys for such a long time. What have you guys been up to?
Practicing a little bit just to not suck, but yeah, just some time there practicing.
Yeah. Long boot camp or what?
Yeah, we just finished it and it was good.
Yeah.
Productive.
What can we expect of the doctor this year? Because I feel like highs and lows, right? Last year, I want to say, when you're in, you're really in, but then you don't seem too happy.
Yeah, last year was definitely a mess for me. I was not happy with my performance at all, but I hope to make it better this year.
Yeah. Are there a couple of things that you've identified, like that you knew, okay, that makes me play worse, like this is something that I have to pay attention to?
It's hard to say, like probably pressure that I had since the beginning of the year, and then, I don't know, I was probably just trying to be, I don't know, a hero maybe or something like that, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just trying to focus on just playing for the team and be a good teammate, and also just playing for the team doesn't mean, I mean, it's hard to say honestly, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, do you also think like, oh, and also trying to not put that much pressure on yourself if you haven't been perfect, that's not always the end of the world.
Yeah, also that. But it's more what I would try to mean or to say is that playing for the team mostly like to not die that often and all of that stuff, because I'm entry frag and I have this mentality of like, okay, I can just go and die for you, so you trade me, but I want to play more of the game, you know.
Okay, I see. Cool. Well, we'll take a look if it all pans out. But thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Right, we got Heavy God and Hunter here at IEM KRAKOW. I heard, did you have a long boot camp? What happened?
Yeah, we had a long preparation and yeah, it was good, effective.
Okay. I talked to Malbs and he talked about his personal goals. What are your personal goals, your New Year's resolutions?
Goals as a team?
No, for you.
Goals, I don't know, just enjoy CS and be the best version of myself.
Always a good one. Hunter, you're of course a previous winner here, although it's KRAKOW now, but in 2023. So what are the expectations?
We need to go step by step. This is the first time since a while that I need to start from stage 1. So yeah, that's a new experience for me. But yeah, we need to go step by step. First goal is to qualify for the second stage, then we'll see. Yeah.
Also the first KRAKOW/Katowice, it's hard to name it, that you're IGLing. So yeah, what are the expectations for this year? Because the first year we already saw what your capabilities were, but what are you really looking to show and build on?
For me, consistency. I think we were not consistent last season as me being IGL. So my goal as an IGL is to be consistent as a player, as an IGL, and us as a team.
Okay, cool. Thank you too.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
a new location, but the same legendary tournament. The Hall of Heroes will host in 16 new teams, 8 coming in from the side of stage 1, and then the 8 top teams in the world. It is an elite tournament going down at KRAKOW. I'm joined by Cole Extra McHenry as we've got a litany of incredible games starting off today, and by Sunday we will have a champion.
Yeah, so happy to be here. Looking forward to continuing this conversation. The conversation that we had in stage 1, being able to see so many of the teams duke it out, and now for an opportunity to challenge what was the best of the best here. Now, the invited squads, the ones that have proved themselves to get to this point here. It's going to be an exciting clash on our opening day.
Yeah, of course, just coming through on towards February 9th. And then it will be our first IEM KRAKOW champion. And will it be one of these teams advancing from stage 1? Look at some surprises across the board. We see some consistency coming through from Paravision, but teams like Foot and shoot, even North America in NRG somehow pulling that one off.
Yeah, I mean, huge stories here for so many different squads. NRG really being able to prove themselves. We're going to have some more challenges up ahead, but really impressed with what they were able to pull together to lock it in a very comfortable fashion. So excited to see that story continue as we take a look at some of the graphic, the brackets here. Obviously, we have some great teams waiting in the wings for some of our stage 1 squads that we looked at. You're going to get to see Furia now. You're going to get to see the likes of the Mongols debuting a new look roster. That is very exciting. Of course, Na'Vi and Spirit waiting in Group A. And then, of course, introducing to Vitality, FaZe, Mouse, and Falcons waiting for all of our stage 1 progressive teams.
Simple versus ZywOo is happening in the Big 26.
Wow.
Can you believe it? It's going to be so incredible. I can't not wait. And, of course, a lot of these other rosters trying to get off on the right foot because obviously FaZe Clan have had their struggles to start off the year. So who knows what this tournament has in store? Maybe another dream run or maybe another crash out. We'll have to see. As a stream for today, they're over there leading with Na'Vi, Paravision, all those good teams or whatever. So that leaves us with the debut match of Cobra Zero. We'll get into that as well, and G2 trying to level up their game. I think they had a little bit of a rockier stage when they went 2-0, but I think they could have wished for a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. I think they got the job done, which is most important. They had some tough, challenging teams out of the gates that they had to best. Had a bit of a scare in that third map. Decided it was an ultimate takeover in Liquid, but it wasn't enough for them to pull it across the finish line. But G2, coming through and being able to shut down the rivals here, looking good with a player like Heavy God. It's a very exciting story that they now get to continue here in KRAKOW.
Yeah, I mean, it's been some a little bit of a head-to-head that's a bit legendary. Obviously, there is a head-to-head back at the Blast Austin Major where Senzu broke every single major kill record ever in that 28-25 barn burner. But recently, it slid in the favor of the Mongols, as we'll check on into this. This was Controles Mongols as well, back at the Budapest Major. A chance to qualify for playoffs for G2 went completely south versus the Mongolian side.
Yeah, that was a tough stint to recover from there. And the Mongols were a part of that, 2-0 best of 1 wins to the slide that happened when the best of 3s hit there for G2. So, big concerns there, but looking to right the ship now as they enter into 2026. I think they're going to continue to have that conversation about developing their map pool on the side of G2. And the Mongols, like you said, that controls Zero didn't last too long. Cobra Zero, the firepower piece that they were able to eyeball and pluck out of the Huns. Looking forward to seeing his story here on the Mongols now.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of doubters even back in Mongolia, though, for Cobra Zero. So we're going to talk with Minho and see what he has to say.
Finally, it's the Mongols, it's Minho, and they're ready to get their action in today against G2. Minho, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good, and woke up, eat breakfast, then some deathmatch, then come here. Yeah, ready to play.
Pretty normal, pretty routine. Tell me about the routine of your team right now, the motions you guys go through How is it over there with the Mongols?
The emotions is going, like team vibe is good, and like we were just practice yesterday, and in Mongolia I think we did 7 days practice and some breaks. And yeah, I think we prepare well for them.
Well, that's really strange because you're a team that I've heard doesn't always practice before big events. Is that right?
Yes, but we change. We did roster change, so we have to.
It's interesting, but obviously it's helpful, correct?
Yeah, it is helpful for us.
So what are you expecting today against G2?
Win. Yeah.
If only it were that easy. Who's the biggest threat on G2? Who is the best shooter for G2?
I think guys have the liquid game. Malvus was sick.
Right?
Yeah.
He's very quick with it.
Yeah.
How do you think the new Anubis is playing out?
Yeah, it was like kind of balanced now, I think. Yeah. So it's good.
Well, thank you very much, Mzinho.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mzinho, still a player who can definitely pop off and take over games in his own right. So I think the Mongols, even though they have a new 5th player, the other 4 have definitely hauled it for their roster over time. But now we take a look at G2, and big surprise, it's the same roster that they had in stage 1. No roster changes in the last 36 hours. And, well, what do you think they can do versus the Mongols today?
Well, I mean, we saw some of the luxuries of this team right here. I think Maddie's was hitting super hard in stage 1, being able to provide so many opening duels for his squad there. You look at Heavy God, and we talk constantly about what he can bring to the table in the anchoring department here. Again, I still want to kind of focus in on what Sampaius is going to need to do here to level up this team and kind of enter into a bigger conversation for them. But again, looking at this veto graphic here, I'm having a feeling that it's not the Mongols banning out Nuke, right? I don't think they would.
Yeah.
These might be a little bit swapped because G2 kind of permeating Nuke, even though Mongols don't play it all that often, but I feel like these could be swapped. Either way, we'll see the Mongols probably picking into Ancient as well.
Yeah. The Mongols definitely having Ancient, like a Dust 2 pickup. Mongols are all right on Dust 2, but it's never been their top map. But of course, if any team has a good day on Dust 2, it would be the Mongols. As indeed, yes, this is exactly what it is. And Mirage as the decider, always a surprise. I feel like Mirage is always the Mongols' ace map, but definitely could have some map pool changes with Cobra Zera joining into the lineup. Obviously, Pius trying to cover his teammate. As he does, 9-10, he basically calls the entire site clear so these players can walk up, look towards Cat, but Cobra Zera is down, so some Pius is off.
They have gone through like a lot of double ops at some
Yeah,
point.
since
right?
the addition, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Which does too, you know, perfectly fine if you want to go for that. But as you said, I don't think they're at that point just yet, the defense, where I would say you need to pull out any big gimmicks. It's still very early on in this half. Maybe if things don't go right here, you look to land those adjustments, try and get everyone comfortable, and sneak a couple of rounds on the board here.
Got the meta smoke lineup. Pixel perfect required. Footsteps really being made. Approach that catwalk blitz. Hoping to spam someone up on the Xbox, but no dice.
One recovering that bomb here outside of B, hence where the end goal is going to be here out of the gates for G2, positioning that bomb early and consistently trying to throw in deception on these executes here. Another smoke, going to feel like it was that round where they ran up catwalk, but not going to be the case in this play. Ready to execute quickly.
Looking at Cobrazera here. E-Site defense. 1 kill to his name. Needs a lot more.
Rouge. Do yellow, I do that.
rounds, and they never allowed for that to happen here. Consistency on that T side. So many dominant rounds that they weren't even in conversations for clutches to really work in their favor. And that's how you shut down this team, make sure that they never really get lifted off here. Hunter dominating and pressing the issue consistently in those post plants and winning clutches of their own here. This is a 4v2 that Hunter and Sampayas were able to pull together right there as a duo. Big time impact coming through, and you can see the Mongols never able to really get any statements being made here in this map of Dust 2. I'm excited to see this form continue forward from stage 1 again. Hunter not only fragging well, but those T sides consistently working on their favor alongside that.
Yeah, I mean, they came up with good ideas as well. We were seeing some tricky plays coming through from CT spawn. But yeah, you said a 2v4 pulled back by Hunter and Sampayas. Well, that was actually just Hunter the whole time. Yeah, incredible T side from him. But Ancient, a bit of a different story. And I assume with Cobra Zera being injected into the lineup, there might be a reason Mongols gravitate towards this pick as opposed to something like a Mirage. Obviously, Mirage is in G2's wheelhouse. So who knows? Maybe the Mongols will go ahead and maybe have a little bit of a better performance as well. It's Cobra Zera trying to find his land legs here at his very first S-tier event. Yeah. It's I mean, an incredible performance here from Hunter, as we can see.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a little bit higher than that. I'll give him it.
He had in the hundreds of ADR, but
yeah, he had 128 ADR as well here. So
it was a dominant performance from him. I'm really excited to see, you know, him fire up like this, and again show what he can do as, you know, a top level player and consistency coming through out of G2. It's going to require him to, you know, keep up this level of calling and be able to back it up. He was putting himself in a lot of those opening duels. He got a couple of good spawns that he was able to capture, and I want to see that consistency here. But we'll see what Ancient can bring here. So we look towards the Mongols to try and bounce back on their map pick.
Noda has the nade.
Okay, a little bit of a block, might have an angle over the top. Nade to break. Belchanok's gone down. There's the smoke break. Nothing revealed. They have to find him. The open B bomb site. Alexi B has got the bomb through. Yes, Yellow picks off one over the top of that missed smoke.
Is it enough to investigate?
I think they're curious. They don't find the lethality onto Makaze, but tag him up as he retreats back into the safety of that B bomb site. So do you go for this? It certainly seems like they're going to have a look.
Everyone's got a kit. Checking for rats in the system, making sure there's no lurk.
Never feels good, but if anyone's got a good retake strategy, it would have been Paravid.
Okay, so just hoping they found something. That second smoke from Na'Vi, the one they've trickled, essentially the crisscross, that's a safety smoke. That's allowed them to avoid the break, and Noda just being able to farm them up and having to worry about 180 degrees worth of angles there. They can just really laser focus on the mid to B split. And that was stressful for moments, because we all know how tough it is when you get down to the last 30 seconds, you're still being blocked by smokes. They invested a couple for mid door block. They had an extra one for B. So you can see Paravision's game plan as well on the CT side, wanting to channel them.
Yeah, and it did have ramifications. Notice smoke block stops it from bouncing as it should, and that gave the angle for Ziello. Perfect replay to demonstrate exactly that. So it is gonna, I mean, Dastan's plan, he gets back on the mic, courtesy of Blade.
So knowing that 4 guns were saved there. I think seeing those block smokes, Blade will already have identified what they were trying to do. So at this moment, are we going to try and sneak through some gaps and try and catch some timings? They're already looking for a response. Like if Paravision go for that same type of maneuver again, constantly trying to block with those smokes, what is our response going to be to that?
Right.
Now, it doesn't mean that Paravision have to run that same type of display, but just helping them understand those solutions. Because when you're in the round and it's happening, it's very stressful. Just taking the 30 seconds to talk about the solution, now everyone will know how they need to react accordingly next time. 4-1 again. Short aggression from James.
Has to respect the flame. Kaze and Imma will throw a second one, forcing him further back. You can see this just falling back to option 3 for James. And another one.
Yeah, so the solution could be apply more pressure early. Really, so that they start pumping through these smokes.
Makes sense. So 3 Molotovs and a CT smoke, and Na'Vi have forced them back into a more passive stance.
So they're trying to drain this next smoke out of A. Noted with some restraint at the moment. It's because they've got this Zillow set up on A again. So they are leaning heavy once more. Feel like they have the read or the gamble, and James' gambles tend to pay off. Worst case, they go for the save, and all they do is lose Belchinok on B with an MP9.
Crisscross. 2 smokes invested.
Belchinok, just, mate, I'm stressed if I'm Belchinok.
Yeah, no way. I mean, there could be a whole team. In fact, there is.
Have to multi-killer, we lose the round.
On the shoulders of Belchinok. One man versus an entire team. And angle works. Trade is there, and B site should be open. Hang on, wait. In the pop-up, we have a bit of chaos. Nota goes pushing, and there's another shot. They're going to give this a go. This is a really, really threatening round now. With Alexi tagged up to 10, or rather 11 HP, you've got Imet healthy, but at this disadvantage. Imet's really got to get one. Not going to be easy, but with the nade and the bullet, oh, he runs him down, and Zwei will profit. That was the healthy member. Now Alexi B, the 11 HP, not enough. Zwei will bring it round, and 3 kills deep from him. So top of the tables with James and Ziello. We got ourselves an 8-8 scoreline.
Okay, something unhappy here. Alexi looking down the line, discussing with Bits, so not happy with how that unfolded.
These 4-1s, man.
So there is definite conversation being had about that one. That's the fight right there from Zwei. Extremely impactful. If he doesn't win the duel against Imma, at that point it's only windows and doors, and Imma and Alexi can just turn their attention, and likely a Na'Vi round. So important from Zwei. Wonderful's trying his luck at long here.
Okay. Zwei throwing it safely. Wow. And wow, through the corner. Zwei's lucky to be alive. 6 HP. An old bullet lodged into his Kevlar.
Look at everything on the radar right now from Paravision. It's 4 players clustered mid. There was some rounds they played against Falcons that I really liked. Like they went for like these little dawdles through mid doors within the mid round after they lost long, instead of pushing up at tunnels and finding some great timings. But
there's no absence of ideas with Paravision, is there?
With both teams, you can see it flowing. The macro game is very strong, and what we're watching right now. It's an empty bomb site.
Yep. But you wouldn't expect a
of course
wide
not.
open B bomb site.
Of course not.
So you're hoping that you catch Alexi's crawl here, and you're very likely to with an angle like that. Nota just catches him, and yeah, they'll stride into a wide open B bomb site. Bit trying to keep him busy. Ziello will use that smoke to his advantage, and sure, you've got the bomb across. Now you've got to try and retake this B bomb site.
Imma has another smoke for doors, so there's another 20 seconds. Gonna lob it in now. Make sure it doesn't start to fade before he drops it. Very deep as well.
That's the reference. Ooh, Bit gets nothing on his tons hold. Imma is going to stand his ground. Orb can sweep through here, but James holding for this reaggress. Yellow presents his backside and is quickly spanked. Makaze 2. Job done. Na'Vi round.
Okay, throwing everything into that retake right there. Paravision, they find the opening incision. They even get that second kill coming through tunnels, and I think that should be easy enough for the retake. But no, they actually lose all the guns, and their finances in disarray at this moment. Is this just a one-round game? Likely to see the eco now. This was very well done from Makazi because he's on his own. The other two are fighting upper tunnels during all of this. Finds way low on HP from that earlier tank, just highlighted by our obs team. And they are going to use their spawns. So had a couple of good long spawns here. They've smoked corner, bits out, early space, but they're clustered in upper tunnels, and there's actually a bit of a B stack. It's only USPs. Shouldn't be a problem. Who's going to get him? That's the question. Imma starting to fight forward with support behind him, and he's noted a minimum of 3. Now make it 4 players. Makazi didn't have head armor?
Yeah, that sounded like a...
It did sound like a goosh.
A squishy goosh. Wait, they lost the bomb. Not going to cost them, but it is right there in front of Belchanok, or rather, the 2 left.
Imma for the ace. Didn't have many of those within stage 1.
No, but we're here now. Second stage, the big names. And an eco ace is coming through. Imma will take all 5.
He didn't have head armor, confirmed by production right there in my ears. Wait, he did or he didn't? He didn't. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, J-Raz.
Sweet.
It's weird having Jay be able to talk to me directly. It's like I'm a team speak at home. All right, well, 2-round gap. Guns come back out. I would say that's the first ace of stage 2, even though I wasn't watching the other game.
One can only assume. Wonderful. Is going to be aware that one has already crossed the pit and just goes for a little timing shot, hoping for the punishes sway. Okay, well, you heard 2 right F4 spamming away at long. Makaze and Imma's AK has been heard towards B, so a little bit of an info going both ways here. And they take the fight. Spelchanok thrives. Double kill. Awkward for Na'Vi now. Wonderful, hoping for an overextension, but this is Paravision we're talking about. Now he knows there's an AWP there too.
And he pieced this one back together. 1:10 left on the clock. A lot of time to work with, sure, but a 2-man disadvantage. And I think it'll just be this constant back and forth down the stretch until we have a winner. Extra cash in 3 out of the 5 members of Na'Vi. They're still going to give a look to this one.
Be one hell of a flash to catch James from here.
Hell of a shot from Bit.
Wow.
All right, well, they have feigned long presence. Wonderful's walk down mid, has Alexi with the bomb just behind him. Wonderful. Can he find a pick to get them back in? Running out of time.
Yeah, really got to be quick with this. And James read him like a book, knows exactly what Wonderful's trying to do, catches him. And Alexi B, oh, he's on the retrieval mission. Belchanok doesn't immediately swing out to punish, but his yellow should have him. Nice, really nice from Paravision, ensuring that AWP doesn't get brought through.
All right, well, neither team really being able to establish too much of a loss bonus right now. Bit is going to hold on to this AK. Wonderful will be able to buy himself an AWP. Alexi will be able to buy himself Imma as well. Just Makazi. So I guess we likely see Alexi sacrifice for one of his rifling pieces, and the in-game leader will operate on something a little bit lighter. But we continue this tug of war. It's not one of those explosive games of Counter-Strike, right, where it's just constant biffing and brawling. It's very tactical. The rationale, you can see it in every choice, right? No one's being brought down into the mud, and people are just constantly pushing through smokes, looking for gaps. Makazi will just come in with the Galil. Okay, so Alexi going to stay on that AK. Long pressure, they'll flash, and they'll take the space. Meanwhile, Na'Vi take lower tunnels. So they want to go straight into a mid to B. This is going to be very quick. They're walking through the doors.
Oh,
that smoke's a fake.
Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool.
Nota's coming.
Question is if Nota's ready for it. He is. Swing out. No, just looked away. Averts his gaze and is punished. So Nota, an opening death.
Does that change the call? Looked like they wanted to split B, but you know that Zilo and Belchanok are still alive.
You can hear all of that reaction util. That's hate.
stay window then. I will anti us. I will play. I will. тренером быстро. Sana katları. Yok da işte.
Just ripped it away from them and took it instead, playing series point for his squad there. And a bright spot for G2 as they show dominance in map 1 and resiliency in the second to step up here for their opening stage.
I mean, we've talked it to death as well, but Hunter is the main man of this series. What a performance from him. He's supposed to be in the number 5 slot. He is supposed to be the least valuable player on the team. MVP this match, that is for certain though, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, just complete dominance asserted from start to finish. And again, you know, this is a T side that they have to claw things back. It required so much firepower. He was able to back it up, but so much poise in this roster now, I feel like, is the big difference. And how Hunter's able to react, you can see it in the mid-round calling. There's no panic in these players, even when they're in these 4v2 deficits, even when they're finding themselves getting plucked out by a very frustrating Mongols defense. It amplifies the pressure that they're under, and that's what Hunter has to call through in that comeback. And he made it look pretty comfortable with 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about the calling here from G2 as well. I mean, Dust 2 was just completely clean. There were no tactical mishaps whatsoever. And by the way, this was also with the Mongols finding both pistol rounds on Ancient 2. So just talk about G2 were actually in full control throughout every stage of this game besides the pistols.
Yeah, that's what's so impressive there. Held it together with the adjustments on that CT side as well. You know, stayed active. They had so many game plans that felt like they were countering so effective what the Mongols had in store. We're going to get better insight here as G2 close it out with an opener. We do have an interview with them ready to go.
Shocking little opener here from the side of G2. I say that because they've just taken on the Mongols and what was a pretty close series there at the end, albeit the first map of that series, quite the stomping. Hunter, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, we started Dust 2 really good, and I think we are really good when we have momentum, so that's what we used on Dust 2. On Ancient, we didn't start well. They had 3-0, and then after, we stayed composed. We played a lot of good gun rounds, I would say, and at the end, this comeback on T side, of course, helped, but as I said, I think we are really good when we have momentum and when we play with confidence. And Mongols, I don't think they are still on the level where they want to be because this is the first game for them in the new season. They didn't play Blast, they didn't play Stage 1, but they will be good. They will be good tomorrow already.
And I'm looking at the second half of this last map, and I'm thinking, you know, there was a good run of rounds for these guys, the Mongols. Now I'm looking at what you guys did in response, and it seems like you had a pretty good retort, albeit you liked that pretty close game, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we know if we let them control the tempo on any map, that they will just use it and they will beat us. And we knew on our T side, if they have that mid control on Ancient on CT side, that we'll have tough time. And that's what we tried to not give them. We tried to fight for that mid area, and it went well for us. And I'm happy that we won.
Cool. Hunter, what are you guys going to do the rest of your day?
Rest of the day, we will just chill a bit for now, I think, for next 2-3 hours until we know the opponent and then already start prepping.
Easy as that. Thank you very much, Hunter.
Thank you.
Back in the swing of things for Hunter, back in his star player, it feels like star player era. Hunter coming through with an incredible series for himself, even dating back to Dust 2, where he was just finding quad kills, winning 2v4 single-handedly. And that's the dangerous part of this G2 team, is that anyone can have a good game and start to take over. They really are a 5-man roster.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see the sort of run of form that they're able to go with. And he talks about having momentum right now for a team that, you know, can live by that here, and the Mongols shutting them down with their momentum being picked up in that second half is a big statement. I'm looking forward to seeing G2's campaign here now, as well as they enter into, you know, being a best of 3 away from locking in that stage. And again, you know, exciting story for some of these players on this roster to get to that point. It's Hunter that is looking most eager as the competition gets tougher here, as they head into the stage 2, looking like he's getting better and better as time goes on. And not only in the calling department, but in the fragging apparently as well.
Yeah, that .95 round swing, I don't know who made that one, but that definitely had a lot more impact than what that states in its own right. Incredible performance from Hunter, incredible performance from G2. Again, one best of 3 away from competing in the Toron Arena. It's been a long time since Counter-Strike has been in Krakow, and G2 could be at the site of it. But coming up next, it's Furia versus the rookies of Foot. We'll see how these guys who made a splash in stage 1 take on one of the best teams in the world. We're going to bring this one off to a break, and we'll be back in with Furia and Foot.
taken for me to change who I've become. I know you see me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it. If that'll make it.
And they fight Zielo, and it's a completely different round. As soon as this is released, it's a jump scare for Wonderful within that moment. They're running in, and everybody is just ready to stand and deliver for Paravision. Na'Vi, no plant, no force. It will just be the eco with a Deagle for Wonderful and Bit. Just have to laugh that one off. They will be able to get this CT side going, and this should be a relatively clean round. And it did come down to some gamble stacks or reads. You can frame it either way you want from Na'Vi to have the pieces in the right place, excuse me, to find that extra trade and subvert the expectation of Paravision in different scenarios. And we know that James also likes to make calls like that. So if he's reading the play quite well on the CT side, there's no reason Paravision can't push this to Ancient as the third decider, as we see the boost mantled upon. Just going to try everything they can. At a minimum, make sure Paravision go through their nades. Now, winner of this will take on winner of Astralis versus Spirit, which is our next game on the A stream. And I think to round out the day, it's going to be Vitality versus BC Game. Simple versus Zaiwu. I think the name value is what excites people, but the reality of that could be a completely different picture. As the Farm Fest on B, looks like they're going to keep all five alive. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, Astralis Spirit's going to be an interesting one. Spoke to Donk yesterday. He didn't have much to say, but he did say he will fuck them.
Okay.
So
did he do 6-7?
He did do 6-7.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But it is actually 6-8 now here live in Anubis.
Okay, so they had two SMGs there, but they've only held on to one. Timeout taken. This one called by Dustan. First from Paravision. We saw him make a similar call back on Dust 2. That was when they were going up against what I assume he thought was going to be a force buy, but it was just a scout and a deagle. They got some decent value out of that. He knows the importance of these rounds early, making sure they're not fumbling in scenarios like this. James is already able to bring out the AWP, so that is a discrepancy right now in the buys. James has a good spawn over towards B if he wanted to try and go for a E-box pick. And Alex gets ever closer to the monitor to see if he can read some of Blade's notes. His are essays. Some people's are more like picture books, but Blade's got a lot written down.
Yeah. Just got to read your paragraph for each map.
So right now, Na'Vi would be on script in terms of whatever round that they're going to approach this one with. Deep E-box smoke lobbed in early from Makazi. Nade and a molly in the hole.
It's sticking.
I think it has to. Held at bay by this smoke. They already had the boost up to try and see over this, but
oops.
Yeah, would need to be a little bit deeper to give them the line of sight that I think Wonderful would be hoping for.
The harass nades as well, the opportunities opened up by the hole.
Restraint on utility right now will be key for Paravision, and Na'Vi aren't doing anything to make them feel too threatened at the moment.
Well, that's the first step towards the map control. Zielo will concede, tuck into the temple angle and hold for the camera cross. The T's have smoked camera though, so now Zielo realizes they might be coming my way. And tries to find a better vantage.
Good weapon for the job, isn't it?
It is, but I can't help but feel it's a pre-aim that Alexi and Makaze will be well drilled on. Did he catch a whiff? Yes, he did. Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate on the timing there as Yellow gets brought down. And if Ima wins it, which he has, it puts it all onto his way once more. Great Anubis, but not so lucky with the wonderful flank. Lovely round of Counter-Strike put together by Na'Vi.
Oh, now it's about hunting this AWP. You know, James, last man standing. If they can rip this one off the board with the loss bonus only 1,400, the threats are going to be a whole lot more limited going into the next.
Really nice.
James starting to path towards the bomb, so maybe he's trying to hide in plain sight. Alexi was the only one tending to the site. James doesn't have a kit. Oh, he's going to be a dead man. Barrel spotted. Alexi should finish this one off. Skittish now, and there you have it. Okay, all 5.
Do you want to? Yes, thank you.
This is a tough spot now for Paravision. There's 5.3 on Zelo, 3.8 on Nota, 3.8 on Zwei, 3.8 on Belchinok. So they can buy. It's a very good entry. Important kill. And then I love that, right? They don't all try and swarm through Temple. Wonderful goes the long way around. Could also cut off rotations back through Beach.
But it just, yes, it
makes it so much easier coming out of Temple, right? Don't have to worry about that CT spawn side.
And just having it still be main.
Nota's just got, sorry. I say Zelo's got some Sanji treatment. He's dropped James the AWP, and he's just gone with a P250.
Yo.
So they might not be expecting this.
Yeah, you're right. This is all for this fight right here. Wonderful was not ready for a rival AWP, posted up on Temple. Do you scrap your plans? Or do you commit regardless? That's a well-placed grenade. Sure, an opening kill. And yes, an unarmored P250 is somewhere on this map, but curious to see how Na'Vi react to this info. Hey!
Just keep moving, James.
Oh, man, this is a little James masterclass here on display.
Open 101. They're going to try and brute force B. James back in time.
Just in time for Bit to put down the AWP threat. Zwei finding damage onto Imer, and they are pushing through that con, or E-Box rather. Makaze getting the frag. It's all shaping up nicely for Na'Vi to resuscitate hope with the
gap here.
Planted. Belchinok's definitely got a little room to walk on out. He might try and catch the exit of the planter. He's all alone though. Platform, first frag, looking for the second as well. Knows the last is hiding in that smoke somewhere. Oh, he had the chance, had the duel. Imer wins it out though, and a little sigh of relief for Na'Vi.
That's a bank buster right there, no money now.
Oh, James did so much.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a frustrating round to lose.
I guess, you know, as he's rotating back in, the smoke's just faded. Shake of the head there from Dastan. This was the best chance. You get a free opener like this against the rival AWPer. You repos, you get another. And it's not enough, so that is a very nice round from Na'Vi. That's similar to the 3v5 they had on the B bomb site on Dust 2.
Right.
But this one was harder because they weren't even in the site yet. So just these USPs and a flash. Huge nade onto Zwei. 18 kills, he's been putting his aim on display. Now that they've started to round elsewhere, this one no longer feels like it has any chance of being threatening. So the moving of the pieces throughout this match has been quite exciting. Starting to activate for main control, but there's nobody who's going to be too bothered by this. Wonderful gets flashed, he can just dip away. They might try and chase him down, but he can gallivant all the way into T-spawn. The support should get there. He's still, oh, okay, hold up.
That's a very, very narrow timing that they've managed to hit.
He's aware that they've pushed. Now he's scampering back. I think he wanted to see if he could get something, but look at this. If you just keep tucking back, he can take an angle drop back. Right now, this is great. It's Eeks, but he's not going to give the AWP over for free.
Nice confirmation from Imer. Spotted maybe 2 there. And he'll find his way, charging through spawn.
Jame will be out of glass cannon next round.
Which, knowing Jame, he likely will adopt.
This is one of those teams that you just hate to play against. They're not even giving you the extra $300 per kill against their USPs. Right? They have nothing to gain other than not giving you anything.
Yeah.
Right? And that is
a win in itself.
It feels petty.
It does.
Will Jane bring out the AWP? He's considering his options right now, has 4.8, with the rest of his team have all bought up. Okay, we'll just go rifle. So has this gotten away from Paravision? I understand it just shows as a one-round game, but again, still going to play out as a T-sided map, at least in the early stages, unless we see a bit of a CT masterclass.
Confirmation of the orb's location. Cielo gets that. Belchnock's going to play ahead of that T-smoke A main.
Surely you don't risk this around the smoke. There's no need, right? You may as well just continue to wait out nades, continue to relay to Alexi. Okay, one smoke mid, one smoke A main. That's fading now. They just smoked E-box. That's 3 of the 5 smokes already gone, and there's a minute 20 on the clock. So you continue to apply light pressure. Don't give away a kill. You can win the U2 warp, and that'll set you up nicely. Good flash.
Perfect flash to get Alexi in control, and now Zielo's immediately under so much spam and scrutiny. He needs help, and Belchnock's the one to answer the call. Couple of flashes for a peek, and wow, it connects onto Wonderful.
Ink as well, huge value.
Yeah, they've done well to get something out of that rather difficult position. The swing one out, Makaze's done well to spray down one, but the trade is immediate from James Rifle.
Okay, so both players on low HP on either side have done a great job.
The Immer Zwei B anchor versus B lurk has been an interesting exchange. By just smoking E-box, that's maybe given Immer an idea as to where he's positioned. Looks like James going to return.
It's all timing.
Yeah,
Saw his arm.
Yep, that's enough info for James.
And Immer shot, so is he trying to sell a fake? Yes. Playing through mid.
Catch Belchnock, just immediately move it from camera through the fire. Costs him great deal of health.
Alexi drops another one. There's no way in here for James, and they know that there's still the potential for the Immer lurk.
He's made good time. Like, he's actually going to be able to stop Zwei on the A main.
It's a flank on a flank.
Yeah.
Immer's flanking Zwei, James flanking Immer.
And Zwei's actually waiting for this to occur.
Oh, and Immer's heard top mid.
He heard the James steps, which fakes him out and keeps Zwei with a chance.
That's round.
Yep, that is going to be the double digits reached. James manages to get his hands on an AWP from Wonderful's corpse. So something out of that. I did like the Belchnock flashbang play to get Zielo out of what was a very compromised position in middle. But it's not going to translate into anything.
Immer's going to get the information that the AWP is gone, so at least they'll be informed into the next round that has been snatched away, and as they try as they might, they're going to have to hunt him. Can't get too close to that radius of the bomb, so James will be able to maintain this pickup. Can it be the changer of the tide in this one? Very good, yes indeed. That's 4 straight rounds. And Paravision, as mentioned, if they do drop this one, they will play the loser of Spirit versus Astralis. You think you'd have them favored in the match against Astralis, but you never know what's possible here at IEM KRAKOW. So Blade's actually taking the 30 seconds. That'll give Dustin the same opportunity, and when you have this saved AWP, it essentially 30 more seconds to come up with some ideas on how you want to open. And we've already seen them have an AWP that wasn't expected by Na'Vi, and he found 2 picks that didn't turn out being enough. So there's the AWP with a couple of 5.7s invested so far. Cielo and Nota can both grab, and they're also getting smoke. So right now, it feels like Paravision, their whole job is going to be to channel them likely into James' AWP while he looks for fights.
Yeah. Another mission of this 5-smoke strategy is going to be to try and hold on to it and get that info safely.
I'm curious though, Na'Vi, tail end of Dust 2, did that B execute where they really punished, right? And they tried to, well, they tried to play again into a stack and they got run over. But I wonder if Blade's saying, hey, let's not play their game. Let's not let them chat. Like, even if they smoke block us, let's break and let's go through. Let's try and brute force this.
Already love this. Like, they've used their opening moves to immediately disrespect the stairs smoke, say, we don't care, you can run at us if you want. And then throw this deep pressure A main smoke that forces the A anchor to either commit or concede. A single smoke and a single flash, and now they have baskets control.
Yeah, they've leave Belchnock on an island in a lot of these situations. That's what's happening when you're anchoring some of these sites. James having a search now.
Oh, does he get an angle from there? Just about, but Wonderful has departed.
Belchnock has support now. Cielo's cheated over to assist him. He also has a smoke, so that early pressure only really burnt 1. Lurk smoke on B, another question for Paravision to have to worry about.
James, he's going to feel the pressure of mid. Whoa, way through the flames, that's James. A new flavor brought into the server. Got to admire that as he bangs his head on the way in to camera for safety.
Oh, and even Nade's trying to chase him. James heading for the hills.
That's why he's pushed B. He's not going to find anything immediately, but at least he can in form that only one avenue to B is open.
James thinks they're going to head back through E-Box to the B site right now, but they need to get past Belchinok, because there you go. Zwei activates. Another frag. They're forced into A now.
Yeah, this is shaping up nicely.
They are. They're going back. James here with the
James
AWP.
already read it like a book. He's in the right position. Sure, you got the low HP, but you can still pull the trigger. Catch his bit swinging. He knows there's more. Ooh, okay. Makaze gets him down, but they're already rotated in. Nice shot. Not ready for Zwei. Wonderful in the clutch, but denied. Quick, precise headshot from Zwei. Mission accomplished. Sigh of relief. Paravision. They break their silence after a 4-round run from Na'Vi.
Yeah, you feel that if James going to force that opening like he did, he understands he can't just sit back and play passive. So this is the rounds where the AWPs are in play, and he's really able to be such a nuisance, hanging around. You think Alexi should have the trade in this situation, but going for the wall bang instead of just swinging for the fight. I don't think James knew that he had pathed close because of all the sound cues that were going off with the util. Still money for a Na'Vi buy.
That's what I say when I'm ordering him an ice cream.
With a flake, please. James setting A with the AWP this time. And he's already starting to rotate away. This looks a little bit more direct, I'd say, from Na'Vi. They've been able to get...
Ooh, wow, this is an awful lot of space for McCarthy.
Yeah, they're in
any
quick.
resistance.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, you know it's a retake setup, so use your util accordingly.
They're just hoping to win this duel on the cross, but they're not doing it dry. They're going to cross their T's. They're going to dot their I's.
You can't plant default. You might get wallbang by James here.
That's true. Mikaze already catching some flack. Big barrage of util to try and make this uncomfortable for Na'Vi. Temple smoked.
Yellow's on a flank.
Behind it. Yellow is flanking. The bomb has just rounded the corner now. Alexi B, you get dunked on here. So some damage dealt. Is ringing. Flank is still flanking. Retake B. How does this go? Trying to delay. Missed Molotov throw now. So comfortable for Na'Vi, especially now. It's Yellow removing him. Zwei strides forward, looking to take the next fight. They double swing, and it's just a catastrophe for Na'Vi. How easy is that? Everyone strikes in unison, and we're all tied up 10-10.
Okay, they gave them the side. They played retake in that situation. Yellow was behind so early, but he knows that if he plays first and he goes down, there is no pressure coming from B main. He waits until his teammates start to initiate, gets the duel against Imma, and wins it out extremely late. This is the fight that makes it all possible. As soon as this happens, the setup, the post plant, it's rubbish, right? You're so worried, everybody's concerned about the possibility of that flank.
Sorry, I'm not laughing. It's like Schadenfreude, I suppose. It's just.
This is it. The setup was no good, right? And they knew for a good 20 seconds that it was a retake setup. They didn't take any initiative to take any space, try and get a fight together. They just sat on the site and were allowing the retake to come in.
Look at this. Yellow really is aware that mid often bit free. Bang! Oof! Alexi 30. Makaze 60.
I guess there's another consideration is with the change of the window or the hole,
you can't just go for those
You can't watch it from water, and you know, so
it does force the T's to actually hold.
Be active, exactly.
Yeah. James again with his peek in. This time Wonderful's holding for that. And Makaze quite quick to this. Yellow, what's your reaction? Incendiary, gonna try and stop them getting through camera. Makaze ready to react, and so are Paravision. You can see the rotation was quite fierce. They've called one off, though. Concerned about the pivot to B, and they're actually ahead of the curve here. The smoke fades now, and they've got 3 bodies on site. They're in the right place again.
But does Alexi play for info, or does he just value his life and be a late lurk, right? If he starts going to A, you could call it clear, but he's not. They're letting Con play first.
Yeah, but this is where Zwei is in the perfect position. You've got to swing through, and Zwei will win that duel. Bit needs the trade, and the headshot's there. Just puts his head in the vice. Zwei slams it shut.
It's just Imma. Remember, Alexi's disconnected. There's 15 seconds left now.
Yeah, you got to hurry this up. Zwei has cover. The flank from Lexi does connect. It's into the 1v1, but time.
He's gonna run.
He's just got to run. Knife out, and he wins it. Running away. Happy to turn tail. James screams at him, just keep running. Just keep swimming. And it's an 11th, the lead secured by Paravision. This Anubis definitely has looked a little tighter than it did up against Aurora.
Okay, well, they have bounced back, and they've also baffled Na'Vi in the finals. Remember, Blades used all tactical timeouts, so at this point, he's not in a position to call the pause and try and readjust things. And they've had rounds that they should have won so far. So that's going to have the frustrations breeding within the team. It's too late to the party, right? They didn't go for an info play. They thought they could just trade their way into the site. It's Zwei again with the multi.
Setup was sound as well. If Zwei does go down, the trade was almost a guarantee.
Ace on this one.
Oh yeah, Tech Nines, what, through the mid smoke?
They're dropping down the window.
Interesting, mid to KUN.
Well, they got the space early. That will apply a bit more pressure, but these rounds have been won by the stacks. By Paravision having the right pieces in the right place at the right time. And you pick this as a punish. Well, right now,
you're the ones in trouble.
Well, and you're starting to feel Ancients just around the corner. This is a partial buy full into the next. So you're not giving it over 12, but you have a tough time winning this one. Is Nota now the man to take some space? I think they were fed up of Zelo going for these walks on middle, so Na'Vi, they shoved early, B space taken, and another great read of the scenario based off of the info presented. They've got 3 players on site to deal with this.
Yeah, and Zielo hears them, confirms multiple bodies. He's ready to swing on out and engage, and just like that, Na'Vi collapse. Just one discrepancy in the wonderful Desert Eagle. 12 on the board. Ancient a round away. No problem. You can't win Dust 2. You'll just take Na'Vi's map pick away from them.
This has been a great game, right? From a macro perspective and individually right now, Zwei's putting on a show. 24 frags. You got Zillow up to 17. Those two looking very sharp. Dust 2 was a 13-11 scoreline. That's Na'Vi snatching it away and pushing it to this. Now, Na'Vi need to win 2 straight to take us to OT, or this one is done.
Still compromises in the pie for the last, or what potentially last round. Flash isn't going to catch him. Oh, he gets at least the one. So Zielo gets his. Mid's going to force a reaction. Zwei, Nota all partnering up. Look at this quick reaction from Paravision. They completely
These gambles
vacate
are
the
insane,
B-side.
right? They're so mental. They're just constantly these moving pieces.
Oh, he's going to swing into them. He's not ready for so many, but the flash from Wonderful enables him to get away. A dink from James.
Zwei's going to be back to be in time, but he's in this retake position from long again. Wonderful can smoke this off, but maybe he prioritizes Temple.
Sandieri blocks smoke. They're in and they'll punish. Gets caught throwing a third
Huge round
piece
from
of
Makazi.
utility. Yeah, Makazi 3 frags deep on the Galil.
To give this one a look, there's residual cash on everybody for Paravision. Loss bonus has been reset for them down to 1,400, and you can force Na'Vi to have a bad buy for the final round if you take away a couple more guns. So maybe that's on the agenda as James picks up an AK.
Yeah, they want to try and weaken the numbers. Not the round per se, but Belchanok doing his best to try and keep boots planted, have Na'Vi close to that bomb.
It also means you're less comfortable in that side to go around and pick up better guns, get away from these Galils, see what else you're able to carry through.
James is going to sit here and listen for anyone trying to exit water, but it does seem like Na'Vi have found the safest exit possible.
Great round from Makazi, right? When they let him off the leash, go for that aggressive maneuver, he trades Alexia and then gets a couple more. Blade knows they can push this to overtime and then they can reset, but they need to do that again. Double orbs. Bit of a change right now in the defense. Zwei's bringing out the secondary AWP. They haven't had to deal with this so far, Na'Vi, so a big change for the final round, or what could be.
So the second orb's going to be just playing for that catch on an Imma or a Wonderful.
feel like he should be good for the first kill here, Zwei.
Yeah, depends how diligent Ima is. Whoa, whoa! Quick reactions, but the trade should be there. He gets brought down by Ima. Good from Ziello. A double kill to keep it level.
2v2.
Yeah, you get the bomb across. That's huge from Alexi. Beats the timing of the arrival of Jame and his AWP. It's going to be up to Belchanok and Jame to secure access to Ancient. Their opening stage 2 game goes to OT map 2.
All right, well, they're definitely giving this one a go. Kits on both of them, smokes for the bomb.
Alexi B and Bit both doubling up in E-Box. Bit here's the both. He'll swing on out, just catches Belchanok unawares, and Jame managing to make it a 1v1. Does he anticipate Alexi doubling up with his teammate? He certainly does with a smoke like that. Fakes it, shoots it, misses! OT secure! That comes down to the finest of margins.
Okay, well, staying in it, still believing it. Now V, they've pushed this one to the limit. Now we reset. There have been some tense moments, and both of these moments in maps from back-to-back have come down in the final stages, final rounds. You think about first half of this one, Zwei in a 1v3. This one comes down to a 1v1. It gets tense.
All right, round 25.
I don't think we'll see them go the double AWPs again. It was still a nice shot from Zwei, but it's that kill instantly onto Nota coming through E-Box that...
Yeah, Makaze again.
Fast through
nade. Ziello's going to be feeling pressure. Nice spam. Does significant damage to Alexi B, unconfirmed. The nade might be threatening, I say, as doesn't quite nail it.
This is different.
This is very different. Hang on a second. So, James taking his AWP. Set up a main. The flash doesn't matter if he still pulls the trigger. So an aggressive A start works out, bears fruit.
Who makes the move? Alexi's pressed forward. He has Zillow on the fade of this smoke right now.
Alexi. Yeah, not going to be caught too far off guard. The nade softening him up enough, and Ima catching the swing back from Nota, trying to leave and depart E-Box. So you know that Zwei is on site.
Belchanok's here as well.
You've got 50 seconds, and you're already threatening. You're puffing up your chest. You're not rushing the finish, though, are you, with Makaze maneuvering that bomb away?
So they really go into this AWP.
It's hard to see or envision a world where Jame can repel what will be 3 channeling into the A site. Wonderful trying to sell B. Trying to keep Belchanok there. He is starting to depart. James asking for backup. And how about 2 for 1 then? Wonderful's got B though. The reaction was perfect. They can pivot.
Loose, it's over.
Oh, they can't pivot. They can't.
Every time they seem to go into Jame, he's hitting these round-winning kills. He's only got 16 in total, but he's such a nuisance, this man.
How has he done that, man?
The pathing on the way in, they line up, the double given over, and thank you very much.
Counter-terrorists win. Brutal. Absolutely brutal from Jame. It had to be that perfect timing just as they're like on top of each other trying to pressure the site.
Well, he gets this opening one completely blind, right? And that flash also hits Belchanok, so the sound cue lets them know there's 2 there. And it's that's it. That's round in that moment. Like, they just line up on the space and there's no way to get away. Belchanok's already there to plug the gap.
Didn't catch Belchanok onto Ima. That was the one that spooked me.
I thought I weren't going to see the double AWP again. Zwei bought into it? Is he? Yeah, he is. Okay. So he's going to bring out the double AWP again.
I just saw Jame using it to round-winning success. It's incredible to see that Paravision's Anubis is already certainly improved.
This is what I would have used the entire off day for.
Yeah.
Right? Everything else is pretty sound. You have a really strong fundamental base. You've been playing it at Bounty. You got a lot of reps in there. This is just, all right, let's mix things up a bit, shall we?
Yeah. Na'Vi definitely being put through their paces on their pick.
It's also risky for Na'Vi, right? This is freshly introduced to the map pool. This is their first games on land for the season. We haven't seen them play it. It's essentially they're looking to punish what they saw against Aurora, but in a live environment.
Smoke window, molly doors, mid-pressure. That's what it spells. And so Ziello, he wasn't really active on it, just sitting around Temple and chilling. Don't know if that smoke's nailed. Belchenok investigates. Alexibi's got the bomb in mid. He's got to be cautious with his commitments. Yellow.
Team flash there, didn't get what he was looking for. I think when Makazi's been given the opportunities to get the kills early, right? When he's been going mid and winning the fights, or he's been going E-box and winning the fights, that opens up the round. But now we're at the 45-second, and they're not giving them anything right now.
This is really uncomfortable. Another smoke, blocks you main. Bit and Im are either going to walk through that or they are screwed. They've got 30 seconds. Smoke temple, maybe an Arab.
That one's missed
Not
as well.
Quite.
Yeah, some stress making this util miss.
What? James restraint there. Did Alexi catch a glimpse as well?
What's going on?
He gets him. And now Makazi's just running on in with the bomb. That's the end of the round. Bomb down, double from Belchenok. Sure, a missed AWP shot, but this one, it's got Paravision's name written all over it. Thank you very much. 2 consecutive, rather convincing, as Belchenok finds himself a quad kill in the second round of their CT side OT.
What's happened there with the gun drop?
Yeah, that was a funky one.
The wheels are coming off right now. Okay.
So, trying to...
They need to get into a fight early, right? Na'Vi need to force a fight early. That's what they need to do.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about last year. You know, you've had time to reflect now, and obviously I'm interested to hear your summary. You know, how do you frame if, you know, if your parents said, "Oh, how was 2025 for you?" How would you describe your year?
I would say good, but of course you want to win more trophies, and but for me it's first year, and I would say it's good for me, for my good experience, and for my next step maybe.
And how is 2026 going to be different? More trophies and harder work, or what's 26 got for us?
I'll say we will see.
Safe answer. It's a safe answer. Good boy. Yeah, he's learning. He's learning. You've been media training him?
Well, I think he's more shy than media trained, but
It's true. Okay, it's true.
No one loves a camera in their face. That's something you get used to.
I like, but I don't like to say.
I see. Okay. Well, dude, I mean, the fans love you. Your gameplay speaks for itself. I'm looking forward to seeing what the new year has in store for us.
Thank you.
Keep setting up. I'm sorry for distracting you, man. You know, year in reflection from last year, some trophies. Furia are truly, you know, contenders. World number 2, peaking world number 1, right? I think you had a moment there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's got to be, in reflection, a good year.
Definitely. Yeah, last year was amazing. Last half of the year, we were able to win 4 tournaments, almost in a row, from the 5 we played. And didn't end up with a bang on the major. We lost on the quarters, but regardless, it was a good run. So yeah, looking forward to do a little bit more of the same this year.
So yeah, the major, obviously not ideal. Felt like you could have gone further. Coming into Bounty, another kind of would be a difficult loss, I suppose. Just the way in which it went down.
Lost
with
the champions.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Paravision, though, I feel like that's going to be a matchup and a team you're going to be talking and playing against a lot this year. How was that game for you from your perspective?
You know, I've been playing against James and his systems for a while now. Even Marek has been there other times, and they're very smart when they play CS. They play close to perfection. Like, they're very smart what they do. I don't know, it's just first term of the year. They're playing a lot of cohesion together. They're hitting their shots, and they have some individual things going on their way as well, winning clutches and retakes. So it was very difficult to play them, but it was good wake-up call, you know? It felt like against teams like this, the game is not going to solve by itself, and you got to have the last answer for the equation. Otherwise, you're not going to get there.
Yeah, right.
You know?
And how much of a time off did you take? You know, did you take the full like 3-4 weeks off, or did you give yourselves a warm into Bounty, or did you kind of just say like, we'll use that tournament, we'll start there, and then we'll come straight into KRAKOW hot?
As soon as the major ended, we had like almost a month of vacation, and that's basically the only time we can actually chill during the year, so it's very necessary. And then we came back to the practices. We were practicing quite early, so we had some time to prepare. But I would say we started a little bit slow, not gonna lie. But it's good. It's like a wake-up call on some points that we think as a team we can get better. Even reinforcing some behaviors that we think made us go well last year. And then on this year, we're like, okay, we're missing this and that. Let's make sure those things are happening. Right. So it was normal, I would say. And I think we just got to wake up from that call.
Yeah. Right. Like, I mean, suppose that the results like that, or slow starts, can just feel like cold water on the face. Wake you up in the morning, get you ready for a good year. Looking forward to seeing you boys play.
I'm a bit nervous.
You're a bit nervous.
Yes.
Why?
It's just first time, not first time, but second time, big event.
Yeah, big event indeed. It's a lot, right? Because you have it's a lot of pressure. You're meeting a lot of people. You have photo shoots, media, the games. Is it stressful overall, or is it fine?
I mean, if being honest, it's not really stressful. It's gonna be only first games, and after I think it's gonna be fine.
Okay.
So yeah, we are fine here.
What is it like for you to play at IEM KRAKOW? Of course, this was IEM Katowice before, but it's a super big tournament. I think it's one of the tournaments that probably a lot of people would want to play at. So yeah, what are your expectations and your excitement level?
For me, I don't want to have any expectations. I just want to show what I'm capable of and what my team is capable of. So just to play the game how we can.
Okay, just to have fun, basically. What do you think about the update and about Anubis?
It's kind of not the best story what we had. We played it once, and for us it's not the best.
Not the best?
I mean, we will see how it's gonna be during the tournament.
I mean, the good news is that you played it and it didn't go well, and now you could adapt it, right? But do you think it's more comfortable? It's going to be more comfortable to play now for you, or?
I mean, for sure, this time people gonna get used to it, and I think we just need time to understand how to play this map good.
Okay. If there's one thing that you want people to remember from you at IEM KRAKOW, what is it?
I don't know, just follow the foot, follow us, and to follow the Coolio.
Okay, amazing. We'll follow Coolio. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters KRAKOW. That feels weird to say, doesn't it?
It does feel weird to say.
Yeah.
It's like muscle memory over the past decade is always going to say the other one.
Yeah, which is obviously not where we are anymore.
No, not
in
at
fact,
all.
We're not in either of those places.
Anywhere close to it, really.
We're very, very far away. We're live here from Michigan for KRAKOW doing the B-Stream coverage. But looking forward to getting into the main event. The play-ins happen. We're moving into the group stages now, Jason. First couple of games out of the way of the day here on the B-Stream. Now we're getting excited for FUT Esports versus Furia.
Yeah, and obviously these teams just played at Blast Bounty just a little bit ago as well. But I think the real thing is going to be the question of Furia coming into this year is, can you keep up that pace of the end of 2025 where you became the best team in the world?
Right.
We're going into the major. You were one of the favorites to lift the trophy. Can you actually keep that up? Is that something that's going to be consistent, or did you hit a really hot stretch to end the year?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's just a whole lot of FUs in the server today. Furia versus FUT Esports. I think there's a clear favorite. No one's doubting that. But I think for Furia, this has got to be one of those games where you just come in, you handle business, you get rid of this young squad. They are rising up, they are becoming exciting, but Furia have to show they're still an elite force.
Yeah, they do, and but they should be able to. They've got everything in the toolkit now. For FUT, I think this is a team that's starting to kind of make waves. They kind of came on the radar towards the end of last year with a couple isolated, nice upset wins over a few teams, and they've quietly scraped together some of those nice wins more. I mean, the big ones were back at CAC last year, beating FaZe in a best of one, beating them in a best of three, beating Pain at that event. Here at KRAKOW, they beat Legacy, they eliminated Liquid to make it onto stage 2. So you're starting to see a body of work develop where this is a team kind of rising through the ranks of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, and those are always fun stories to follow.
Yeah, absolutely are. And I got to cast them when they were out in Shanghai for CAC.
Probably beating FaZe.
That was the one where they were beating FaZe.
Yeah.
And so I thought it was a very cool game. I think Krabeni has been a very exciting in-game leader prospect. And obviously, I'm glad Laux has had a chance to get here because this isn't his first time playing at an IEM in Poland. He played in Katowice back in the day, and he was playing for the Sprout team, but he never really got a chance to grow and turn into a better player with maybe some maturity issues that he needs to work on, and now he's got a new project.
His name's been floated around a couple times. I remember back at the Rio Major as well. He had kind of a lot of potential attached to his name, and it hasn't really fully been realized. But that's the story of this entire team. I think one of the cool things about this team is, Krabini even said it in an interview where he was like, we didn't know if we were actually going to come in this year and play with each other just because because everyone got some really good offers. Everyone got the opportunity to take an offer from another team and actually leave the lineup. And he said what they kind of came to the conclusion of is after being together for this long and having some of these results, they said, let's give ourselves a year. We want to play together one more year now that we've finally qualified to be at some of the tier 1 circuit events and qualified through the VRS. Let's see what we've got. Let's actually give this a good shot together. So the team decided to stay together, and now they get to just see and prove, and let's find out how high their ceiling can go.
Yeah, and at a certain point, you might even improve some of those individual offers down the line as well. You might get some more tantalizing prospects. When you see them setting up, getting ready for the game today, I mean, we're all going to be very familiar with the Furia players. And obviously, because I've got to go out to CAC and cast for esports, I've become more familiar with them. But I mean, for the majority of people, this will be their first experience of watching them play in Krakow at this event.
Yeah, it very well could be. And especially if you didn't tune in just the other week at the Blast Bounty, just a couple weeks back. This was their match online that they played against each other. 2-1 for Furia, 13-10 on Anubis, 13-11 on Dust 2. The two maps they won. Foot smashed them on Overpass. But man, that's a close affair in that series. So I mean, Foot, you know, even a loss really kind of gave him a test and gave him a challenge. And now we get to repeat that just a couple weeks later and see if they can kind of have another performance where it's like, oh, you've just taken one of the best teams in the world to the limit.
On LAN as well coming up, so that's the exciting part. Take a look at their map pool. Both shared map pool going across the board here. I mean, you don't want to be going to Inferno, and so for esports will not be going there with 0 maps played. It's their ban, so a little unfortunate. Fury won't get their perfect map for them, but I mean, wherever we go, you got Fury as the favorites, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to find an advantage in that map, Vito. And then also, if you're Furia, you just have so much more experience against the best teams in the world on those maps too. So I think no matter what, and look at Kaser, he's giving that cold stare as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's feeling ready to game.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see Furia back at, I think, turning point really was at the major, where, you know, they went through the first stage comfortably enough, then obviously dropped out on a disappointing result when they went into the later stages of the competition. But we've got an interview. We can get down to the sidelines and hear the thoughts of the teams heading into the game today.
Foot on one side, Furia on the other, and for Kinder back in Krakow, obviously with a lot of games of Counter-Strike being played and to be played. So let's talk about the one in front of you today. What do you know about this Foot guys?
Well, honestly, I don't know them personally. I'm more of an old guy. I know their coach, Julio. I've played against him many times before, so that's a little bit funny. But yeah, these maybe I've played against Longs a couple of times. But yeah, we played the online stage for Blast against them. It was very close. They beat us on they smacked us on Overpass, and then third map was 13-11. So I'm sure this game is going to be close again. You know, I was watching the Liquid game they had yesterday. And yeah, they surprised me a lot, especially their energy. Like after every round, how they were screaming and everything. This is something amazing, and I'm truly happy for them.
Yeah, for a young team like that, probably got a lot of rumors about, hey, maybe they could be parted out. You know, where would these players go? They decided to stick together. Do you know anything about that? What do you think?
Well, I think they've done pretty well already this event, and honestly, some of the players have been under the spotlight for even from last year. So I think the first break comes, it's going to be very hard for them to keep their 5 players all together. But that's just how life is, and hopefully they're going to be able to achieve something before that.
And that is exactly how life is. Speaking of exactly how that is for you guys in Furia, seems pretty good. Like right now, life seems pretty good. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like exactly like end of last year, because we have a couple position changes. We're coming in from the break. We already had one event that we played or whatever, but we know some certain directions that we need to go and fix to get to the same momentum that we were last year. Because obviously last year it was easier because like nobody cared about us in a way, because like everybody thought we're underdogs and everything. This year already people are a little bit more careful with us, and we need to adjust our game accordingly to that.
Yeah, because there was a lot of look at you guys for the major, right? And making deep run there, and banners and all that. I guess for you, Kinder, I'll let you go. But in doing so, you play with a lot of legends, or you have over there in the Brazilian scene. You also play with Maladoy. What do you think about him?
Well, I feel the best thing for me is as good as he is, he understands that he can do better, so he strives for being better and better and better, and he definitely understands some certain aspects that he needs to work on. And a very good quality of his is he listens. He listens to Fawn, he listens to me, he listens to our coach Sid in terms of like if there's some sort of criticism, something that he needs to change. He's just becoming a more overall player, I feel like. And yeah, honestly, if he just continues the growth, he can be one of the best.
Man, that might be the sweetest thing I've heard here in Krakow. No joke. That was really nice. Thank you very much, Ikinder.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
What a little cutie.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to hear Ikindar speaking about Molodoi, but also just about the team in general, and really has thought about why they're here at this point, why things may feel a little different than they did towards the end of last year. And I think it's a great point, because I personally wrote Furia off at the start of last year and never expected the form they got into towards the end of 2025.
Well, I mean, with those roster changes, I think there was no way to predict. I mean, I think the best you could have done is, like, you know, what I said at the time was like, this is either going to be amazing or a train wreck. You know, I didn't feel like there was any middle ground, and it turned out to be amazing. There's some nuggets in there from the Ikinder interview that we can tie in together. But for now, let's get into the veto process. We can come back to it during the game, during some eco rounds. As you mentioned, Foot doesn't like playing Inferno. That's going to be banned. That's their firma ban. Ancient is taken out by Furia. And now we get in to see where they're going to go with this. So Mirage going to be the pick from Foot. Remember the last series that these two teams played just a couple weeks ago at the Blast Bounty was Anubis Overpass Dust 2. So Mirage, a brand new map in the pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see how this one goes down. Lost skill, and then Dust 2 as well. So we got Mirage Dust 2. We're getting the brawly maps today, guys.
Yeah, we're getting some of the old school ones, the ones everyone's going to be friendly with. Everyone knows how it plays. Overpass is you know, the map actually that Foot smashed Furia on, oddly enough. So that's going to be removed. Anubis removed, which was played in that series as well. Nuke going to be the decider. So we're going pretty old school veto here with Mirage Dust 2 and now Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first two maps are super exciting, but I do feel, though, Furia should.
top of under. Let's jump.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Foi, Yuri. Vamos, porra. Right senses, guys.
Do this peek from the top pistol, okay? I drop 2 and 4. No, Kaki, drop off. I drop 2 and 4. Nice! Nice! Boa, Yuri!
Yeah, that was actually, I mean, just a completely beautiful half as well. I mean, yeah, the testament, the tenacity to stay in that half when that comeback is happening from the Furia side of things. The idea that Foot is actually able to make that work, that's crazy. And they went back to the bomb set again. They rinse and repeat it one more time. But this time you get the clean opening on KRAKOW. Beautiful game from Demon. All the strength of this map for Foot is on the CT side, is on that defense.
Yeah, I mean, at least Furia did play themselves back into it. Couple of cool looks of them on that CT side, but yeah, that first half just couldn't even really meet the mark of Foot's individual skill. Now I moved to Dust 2 with this much firepower on display for Foot Esports. They absolutely have a shot at competing on the second map as well.
Yeah, and I mean, they just keep showing us that they're capable of upsets. They're capable of actually making this work, and this is another good glimpse. So yeah, Dust 2 that next map. Let's see what they've got.
But there's too much. There's too much to handle. It has to be Makaze for the last. Ime has enabled it, tried to make it more competitive. Threatening now the 10-second defuse, but the cover is there. Zwei with 3 frags, he secures it. Paravision already locked in more than they accrued last time.
Okay, well, that one was damn close. What are we remembering?
Oh, I wanted to remember.
Come on, I want to remember.
I remember with them. Nice shot.
Yeah, just the tip of the noggin. They do put up a real fight there, don't they?
Yeah, I thought with him as double, there's a world where McCarthy... Oh, they're just hitting shots, aren't they? Yep. That's Wonderful's reaction to James one tap.
Well, the bomb went down. The force can be pretty tidy. 2 Galils, some upgraded pistols.
So Deep HE swallowed by
Pocket.
Knock, pocket down, swing from the SMG, nothing. Doubles to start. Wow, it's yellow. Nice burst straight to the face of Makaze.
I want to trade that Galil out. Yeah, Emma will give that over to Bit. If Alexi gets found, it's a real problem. So he's going to back off towards the doors. No point giving away his life. Oh, okay, no, he's not. He's hanging around. He's calling the troops back. So they're looking at... This is bad.
This is...
He's pipped the gap.
And it's, you know, trying to claw back an advantage, and Wonderful gets caught.
But you can't react. You're not grouped up enough yet, and you've just been blocked.
Oh, lovely proactivity on display from Ziello. He was last seen towards heaven, and he's just pushed all the way. Silent dismount, brilliant. Quite inspired. And he might even catch... He's going to catch the tail end. If he's not careful, you're going to lose the bomb. Alexi, oh, Jiggle, confirms he's still there, and that's going to open up an avenue to A. They're going to be quick about this.
Bit's got the rotation through
Yeah,
cave.
he's ready for Zwei. And gets it.
Okay, Jamer likely to see an attempted save in this situation.
Wow, I mean, short-lived successes. Na'Vi, that was a very convincing mid-take.
One of the two of those, I'm not sure if it was Imma or it was Alexi, but must have just caught a glimpse of Ziello there.
On the way in cave?
Exactly, because
right.
they double swing. That's the key frag in all of this. So they give them the pistol. And they win the second. So they will be carrying through this M4. But it's going to be a tough force back for Paravision. Doing a good job on the cinematic cameras today, Jay. Rush, you're doing pretty good too, all right?
5 out of 7.
Can the people at home hear that, Rush? Or?
No, he's just talking to you.
Okay. All right. Sounds like he's in a submarine.
He does.
Signs of dismay. Understandably so.
And quite the opposite. Quite an uplifted Na'Vi.
I think they're just going to be happy to have gotten past what happened on Anubis.
Yeah.
It was some real quizzical moment.
Well, I think I like the way you framed it as well, that Na'Vi did go outside just to kind of shake off Anubis. Like, okay, let's reset. And I'll tell you, it is cold today in Poland. -8 Celsius. So, yeah, very chilly. Good way to get some fresh ideas.
Okay, well, where's the M4 starting? Over towards A for James. He's pushing through Donut, so...
Safer. You're not going to get naded.
Try and boost over this.
Okay, the James rifle will not have vision yet. Maybe on the oscillation, on the fade, we'll see.
It's backed off.
Yeah, okay.
Probably the better of the options available. Full mid control. If they want to fight into red, this is always risky against pistols because of the range. But I would say, fortunately, it's the Deagle that they're dealing with.
Oh, Nota, you are looking like a dead man. Jiggling. Feeling the pressure. Does at least get the info safely. Will be forced to extinguish, and oh, they lose Yellow. At range, one less on B. Makaze already quite quick to Temple. Is James considering Temple right now? He's looking more Donut.
Have to flick into
I think there's a chance he can hit this, but Makaze's been so hot. 17 and 11.
Oh, good poise.
Yeah.
Speaking off main, removing options.
And there's the first contact. Can't believe Wonderful's won that.
Optionok's lingering in this main smoke. Wow, and Makaze aware of that as well. So that'll be 10.
Strong. Really, really convincing scenes on the T-side start.
It's good. You get it literally into CT spawn and you take a moment. Oh, a bit at range with it. Spam. He's got 2 players to worry about.
I think they won his gun.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to fight for survival.
Optionok's creeping ever closer.
Should be good for the tap at the back of the head, right? Yep. AK, at least something to celebrate. A FAMAS and AK-47 a whole lot more appealing for the save.
Yeah, they got to back off outside B to hold on to this. But yeah, once Na'Vi get the CT spawn control, the fact that they just pause they're not trying to rush the tempo because they have so much time on the clock. A lot of other teams, oh, we're here, we feel like we're in a scenario where we need to be pushing. They get some key territory and then they set up and they communicate quite efficiently for the finish. So that's nice to see.
Yeah, like the A main smoke's a good sign of the thing you're talking about. Forcing that extinguish. I can't quite believe they find this. Yeah, just a flash of yellow before the smoke came up. And that was an impressive double burst to the face of Jame. Wonderful does well.
Tell you what we haven't seen a lot in this series is MP7s.
That's true, actually.
We saw a decent amount of it in some of the different series we were covering throughout stage 1. But today I don't think I've even seen a single MP7.
I don't think so. I think for some players, if it's MP9 still works,
yeah,
they're going to stick with it. Some more adventurous players looking for that a little extra advantage, or those that are familiar with the gun and how it handles.
Yeah, there's also the financial burden in that type of a force buy right there that they went for, right? Being bottom of the barrel loss bonus, going to limit what is even available. So partial behind the saved guns, still threats for Na'Vi to deal with, but just 3 more rounds.
Here, Matt trying his hand at some mid. Does edge the smoke flawlessly and confirms no one's fighting for it.
They missed the pocket molly, so they are going to have to clear this. You can see just how wary he is, but they can path with back to the donut smoke. Looks like they're just going to...
I mean, Alexi will not be taking this fight on his own, I assume. It's a cool wombo combo Bits playing for there.
Edging forward in cave. On the jiggles, do they want to force a fight?
Oh, Alexi, a step heard. Belchanok and Sway very much on high alert, holding that left and right respectively, as mid it is being seized.
Spotted.
Yeah, it's a valuable info. Gets it safely, forces out some util, and maneuvers across.
Hey, well done from Alexi to get that info not go down. And as you mentioned there, through red. They turn this into the B split.
How often are you going to go B from here, though?
You
walk into the 3-man stack.
Temple. You can't all go through spawn.
Just look away. Oh, they get a nice warning and a messy spray. Still doesn't seem like it's going to cost them too much. These unarmored pistols, or a couple of them, not going to get far.
Oh,
ooh, spoke too soon.
All right, hold up.
Yeah, Nota's hit a nice headshot, and at range, Belchanok had a chance. It was minimal. Didn't find the necessary kill.
Okay, Alexi jumping across. Bombs
he knows the bomb.
Yeah, Alex.
Ooh, Makaze, he's not missing.
Okay, 19 frags for him in this one so far. How he's going to get before the map is over. Just 2 more rounds of play potentially. As Paravision will chip in with their investment. MP9 is the lowest of the weapons equipped for this defense.
The jump pipe actually saved his life there on the tree position for a moment.
Sway's going to be operating with that. He's actually given Yellow the M4.
Is just getting to stride out mid. We saw one pocket, sees the util trajectory. Wow, Nota ready, catches Makaze's reaction to Imez. Info, he's got to get them both here. He's in so much scrutiny. Yellow pushes out a cave, but what does that mean? B site is theirs. The cave player now spotted heaven. That is going to be stressful for Wonderful.
Yeah, good smoke. Oh, it hasn't landed perfectly.
Ooh, he's fine, he's fine. The other one was up just in time. Nota versus Alexi. Very important duel. He's missed it. Weird fights for bit 2. This can go wrong. This can go horribly wrong. He's committed to this fight. You know, year in reflection from last year. Some trophies. Furia are truly, you know, contenders. World number 2, peaking world number 1, right? I think you had a moment there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's got to be, in reflection, a good year.
Definitely. Yeah, last year was amazing. Last half of the year, we were able to win 4 tournaments, almost in a row, from the 5 we played. And didn't end up with a bang on the major. We lost on the quarters, but regardless, it was a good run. So, yeah, looking forward to do a little bit more of the same this year.
So, yeah, the major, obviously not ideal. Felt like you could have gone further. Coming into Bounty, another kind of would be a difficult loss, I suppose. Just the way in which it went down.
Lost with the champions.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Paravision, though, I feel like that's going to be a matchup and a team you're going to be talking and playing against a lot this year. How was that game for you from your perspective?
You know, I've been playing against Jame and his assistants for a while now. Even Marek has been there all their times, and they're very smart when they play CS. They play close to perfection. Like they're very smart what they do. I don't know. It's just first term of the year. They're playing very a lot of cohesion together. Yeah. They're hitting their shots, and they have some individual things going on their way as well, winning clutches and retakes. So it was very difficult to play them, but it was good wake-up call. You know, it felt like against teams like this, the game is not going to solve by itself, and you got to have the last answer for the equation. Otherwise, you're not going to get there.
Yeah, right.
You know?
And how much of a time off did you take? You know, did you take the full like 3-4 weeks off, or did you give yourselves a warm into Bounty, or did you kind of just say like, we'll use that tournament, we'll start there, and then we'll come straight into KRAKOW hot?
As soon as the major ended, we had like almost a month of vacation, and that's basically the only time we can actually chill during the year, so it's very necessary. And then we came back to the practices. We were practicing quite early, so we had some time to prepare. But I would say we started a little bit slow, not gonna lie. But it's good. It's like a wake-up call on some points that we think as a team we can get better. Even reinforcing some behaviors that we think made us go well last year. And then on this year, we're like, okay, we're missing this and that. Let's make sure those things are happening. Right. So it was normal, I would say. And I think we just got to wake up from that call.
Yeah. Right. Like, I mean, suppose that the results like that, or the slow starts, can just feel like cold water on the face. Wake you up in the morning, get you ready for a good year. Looking forward to seeing you boys play.
let's take it on. Have furnace book. Flash. I have. Corner, drop extra flash.
At Fury on top of it. So, I mean, just the list of scalps they keep taking just keep getting better and better. So this Foot team, I think everyone's got to have them on notice now.
Yeah, everybody definitely has to, and I mean, we've seen that a little bit last year towards the end of 2025, what FUT Esports, those results you mentioned about the FaZe clan win in Shanghai, and people getting excited about Krabeni and what he was able to do with his team, and I've really enjoyed watching FUT Esports. And a couple of, you see mistakes, of course, but that's going to happen with a team with this
of course
lab experience. But the rounds you do see, like the high points, are just so pretty to watch.
Yeah, it's cool too. I mean, as you mentioned, Krabeni as the IGL. I mean, he's even talked about it. Like, was never kind of really supposed to do this. Was in Navi Junior, and it just kind of fell into his lap as someone like one of the few options they had to actually pick it up. And he's just like, yeah, I love it now. I'm never going away from it.
Yeah.
So he's got this team playing super well. They've got some experienced guys on the team. They've got some young talent on the team. Obviously, an IGL on the come up as well. And man, when you start putting together results like this, there's no telling what's going to come from it now that they have the confidence behind their performances as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at Furia, though, what does this mean for them for this competition? You just lost to FUT Esports 2-0.
I think they did enough last year to have like a little bit of a, I don't want to say like a reprieve, right? But it's not going to change anything like in the big picture quite yet. We're still going to talk about Furia as one of the best teams in the world. We still know they have incredible talent. Obviously, today, very, very flat, especially in the starts of their games. And I think the conversation is mostly you're hoping that this is just an off game from Furia, because that is the question we want them to answer in 2026 is, was 2025 just you guys hitting a streak that, was just great for these 3-4 months? Or is this a level we can expect out of you consistently now with this roster put together?
Well, I think that's the question that they'll have to answer at an event like this, because you bomb out of you go out of the major with a disappointing result, right? You can say, okay, that was that one event. But if you go out in a similar fashion, a worse fashion even, here in Krakow, then that's when you start seeing a pattern.
And it's also like when you feel like you've gotten the hump for guys like KSerato, for guys like Yuria falling, having his resurgence. If you start slipping back and backsliding and getting worse and worse, it's gonna be really painful. But for now, we can talk mostly about FUT, because just an awesome upset performance today. Lonks had a great game. Demon showed why he's considered the strongest player on this team. He had a lovely performance, especially Mirage. That defense was just triple kill, quad kill, double kill, just monstrous performance.
Just a good name as well to have as a star player.
Actually just a lovely alias.
Yeah, I mean, that is a thing, like when you have these players who are coming up, they're exciting, you're just like, you've got a Steam Guard name, bro. Like, this is a code name. I mean, it's everything is about this team I like. They're brandable. They're exciting to team to watch, and they've got like Lounge coming in who has a little bit of experience, never found the right project. I'm just excited to see more of them, and I'm sure they're excited down on the sidelines. We'll hear from them now.
Well, the FUT put away Furia in what was a hell of a series. Congratulations. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels good. Thank you. After that they beat us in Blood's Bounty, that we couldn't go to LAN. I think it's good revenge.
Yeah, I mean, your revenge started map 1. 10-2 speaks volumes. It's a really loud score line. So how do we get to 13-11 out of map 1 Mirage?
I mean, we try to do some... we tried to play more like in contact in Mirage. We tried some few rounds that we discussed before, and it didn't really work because every time we went in some area, it was AVP holding, and we couldn't make it. And then we just tried some different plans, and it worked, and happy that we ended because it was really hard on T.
Then let's fast forward over to Dust 2, right? You win both pistols. Did you feel like you had won the game at that point? Did you feel like, hey, we've got this in control?
Yeah, I think yes, because our city it's very strong, but usually we are starting on T sometimes. Our city is very strong. We know what things we should do, and it worked perfect in practice. And we just throw it today, and it went all good.
So I'll ask you this, because this is how the bracket works. You have G2 next. What do you think about the matchup with you guys versus G2?
I think against G2, because when I saw the bracket, we had a good chance against them and Mongols because of the map pool. We have kind of similar, so I think it's going to be a fun match, I think.
Should be a good game. Anything you want to say? I know you guys almost got picked apart by other organizations, but you chose to stay together. So is there anything you want to say to the fans at home?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for support and keep cheering for FUT.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you. Sorry.
I got you.
Yeah, going to be feeling very confident after a win versus Furia. We'll hopefully see FUT Esports just grow and grow throughout this competition now.
Yeah, and well, I mean that'll be the it'll be interesting to see what more can they do. Like like you feel like Furia is a pretty big scalp. That's like a top 3 team in the world kind of a scalp.
Doesn't get much more
it's like I want to see if they can grow in the tournament in the competition. But like what's after Furia?
I think also time will tell whether it's a Furia, like a bad performance
right.
of Furia.
If Furia go out and get smashed in their next series, and we're like, okay, this is a little weird.
Yeah, and I think time will tell us that. But
yeah, as long as we're not taking too much credit away from FUT, because very cool game, and now they're starting to put together tournaments of very cool performances. So this team's got a lot of legs to it.
Yeah, I think FUT Esports, could be one of the upset teams of this entire competition. So it'll be fun to see them continue.
Looking that way.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the amount of firepower they have in the team, you talked about Demon, but Lounx can have a great game too, Jason, here and there. And he definitely had one of those today.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, it was great to see that. I mean, really a strong point of the defense to get them started in this series. So yeah, they just seem to have a lot of talent down the roster as well, which is cool to see. But I mean, look, we got another match coming up a little bit later. So speaking of all the talent on the roster, FaZe 3D Max is going to be the matchup that we're coming up with next. It's going to be a little bit of a break in between, but FaZe has got a lot of firepower too.
Yeah, a lot of firepower, but let's see if it comes to the server, because
Furious didn't.
Yeah, they had a bad start to the year as well. Lost to Eyeballers, lost to JW. So that's our next game coming up, and I'm excited for it. FaZe versus 3D Max, our next series.
USP of the latter, after a very quiet half, he outfrags his T side in the first round of the second.
Well, with CT side coming up, it's why you hadn't lost all hope on Zontix yet.
Those are the only headshots you're going to see from him this game. It's body shots from now on. So Astralis, don't get ahead of yourself here.
It's a poignant reminder that there's a lot of work still to do.
Yeah, an even game now on the T side of Dust 2.
Oh, might be dead here. Tried to get the nade in, did Magix, and
not worth.
It's only Glocks running it in. As far as Astralis are concerned, they have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Oh dear, at least it's Glocks. Players getting caught out in the open. Donk is here.
Donk. Not going to pull util, is he?
Just going to shoot them.
Just going to shoot the pistols, guys. Crazy thought. Donk's got it in them.
It works better, actually. I know 30 UD is quite tempting, but... Fuzi won't last long. Zontix! Another headshot.
100% headshot ratio. That's why it feels off.
That's crazy. It was the 2 AK kills at the end of the first half, the pistol, and now there. How's he done it? Back to his signature style, body shotting and such, coming into this first gun round.
Corner smoke for Ryu, so an attempt at long control here for Astralis. They're out way ahead of it. Way ahead of any move from Spirit, but the bomb left back in spawn could prove to be a little annoying. Fuzi's had to go back and get it. Meanwhile, Spirit going clear lower tunnels. Astralis not certain of this, but their best bet really is just to power through long, try and take this space. That's not info they have, and the kill from Magix, will that give them a moment of pause? He's followed up, this MP7 going to work as it does even more downrange, and now they hear the AWP firing off. Still trying to power through, but the rotates have been given more than enough time to arrive, and now all of Spirit are here.
Magic's double is crazy. He even put Hooksy down half. Shiro's death is the only reason that Astralis are still in this round, but for how much longer? There are nades available to go on that bomb when it makes it in. Boost comes up, looking for a kill. Defensive smoke on the site. That might be something. Zontic sprays through, catching stare. Break coming in. FaZe the only one doing anything right now, and he might have to do it all. 2 kills deep, low health, bomb crossed, but Spirit will not let up.
No way, he goes looking for Magix.
Might find him.
Tap on the bomb, forces a peek. FaZe's doing it with the rifle. And now Hooksy knows he has a man trapped. Not punished on that swing was FaZe. He's onto something here. Jump up, denied. Magix gets rid of him. And that's the big threat. You look at who's left. It's Hooksy, 2 kills deep in the game. What a way to find your third. And now the clash of the captains. This MP7's been so damn good. And Magix loving the buff. Puts the new gun to work to win that round for Spirit.
That's got to be best MP7 round of KRAKOW so far. Smashes through him, 4 kills, long range as well. Jump shot, everything. Just a highlight here for Magix. And Spirit take that first gunny of the half. Chaos, only made interesting by FaZe, only gave Astralis a chance. And still, Spirit take the lead back.
From Buff Kiyosuke on his streams, to Buff MP7 on the ESL ones, Magic's got it all.
I felt bad for FaZe because the jump shot, man, he would have...
That's how you get denied your ace.
Yeah, he would have taken a 5. And so Astralis, whoa, slow down, fellas. An AWP on an eco with no armor. Bro's feeling himself right now. Hooksy's promised him an AWP in the next gun round. That's what that means. Hooksy 3-9 is going to play pistol or SMG in the follow-up, trying to get as much as they can out of FaZe. Now, the one thing this is good for is it's the last thing Spirit will expect. Donk AWPing middle. This head-to-head perhaps rages on.
Oh, and up against the Force by 2. Second AWP makes the appearance.
You are not ready for an AWP in this round, Spirit.
You've only got the element of surprise for 1 shot, and so FaZe has to make it work. If he can find that 5v4, maybe you're onto something.
Yeah, but Spirit know it's pistols, so what do? They play committed positions, they play long ranges, they don't give mid-fight. Bit of a smoke to cause a question. But Astralis, how do they force a kill with the setup Spirit have? It might have to be walking out middle and peering into Donk, jump spotting in the window. This could be FaZe's best opportunity. Rat pick denied, and the element of surprise is out the window. Why would you repeat
didn't
that?
necessarily have to do that, Tanir.
That's crazy mode. 30 seconds, invitation into A.
They gave you all the warning. They gave you all the chances to not take that fight. Magix and Shiro still in position to stop this round in its tracks. There's no util for the place. The AWP has free range. Missed shot for Shiro.
Oh, no.
And a tag from the FaZe AWP. Magic's able to hold on. Time getting real low for Astralis. Now, you don't want this one to peter out. You got to get something here. Ground gained as Shiro shuts him down. Low on health. Sure, still good for it. FaZe with the decision, die or save, and battles forward. Just to dodge that risk of dying after time.
Could have gone a lot better for Astralis, to be honest. Some missed shots for FaZe down the stretch. He is feeling it, but he falls short in this one. Tanir, we won't talk about it. It's all fine. Kept safe by Shiro and Magix, just about.
I think, you know, these have been now a couple of frustrating rounds from Astralis because you're dead on. Like that could have been so much more. FaZe did 190 damage in a way, you know, what more did you want from him? Falls to the pistols at that point to try and deal with the low players, to close the guy at Goose.
And Hooksy's done the right thing. He has bought FaZe an AWP. He's taking the L. And FaZe with Kevlar this time. See what I mean? There's the smoke that blocks that boost peak, that standard boost peak. FaZe goes for his. Spirit have already backed up. This double up remains. Donk in the middle. Smoke comes from the B side. Astralis, a lot of nothing going on right now. Need to take something back on the map. A minute on the clock.
Bomb's still out here outside of the B tunnels, and so even though they're posturing for the short control, this one's going to end up back on B. That means you've got a Donk Orb to get past, and Zontix, who had no kills heading into round 12, started to really express himself a little bit more in this second half of play.
Strong position. Oh.
They hear the drop down. They know he's up close. Nade out as well. If they come through this smoke, could get caught. Donk's going to get gun on in time. Flash is leaving blind. Zontix overran, and with Donk dead straight away, the B site falters. He dealt with Hooksy on a mid lurk, but the numbers might paint a grim enough picture here for Spirit. Even though their money's fine, they could justify giving it a look in. You're just so out of position here, and you're thinking longevity. It's around. It's not really worth attempting.
That's, I guess, the limitation of the double AWP, right? Donk is watching door to mid, and so Zontix has to play more actively. He can't sit on the top box and just let Donk's back be open to a B pop. Tries to play active. Astralis have good flashbangs. They blind both players. And so, a dangerous B site. Made quick work of. A well-earned gun round here for Astralis' 8th.
Terrorists win.
Hooksy doing the captain's job right now. Not having a pretty game. Doing what he must to secure round wins. Is that the start of a T side, or is that just a glimpse of it for Astralis? First round of the half. Donk goes right back to the double AWP.
I mean, this is expensive.
Not if you win every round.
FaZe. Top of the server right now, tries his hand at the mid fight, but the nade gets them across. He 100% saw 2 though, and so that's at least something for Astralis to work with. And down into lower, Stairs already ahead of it. And a little bit quicker here on the timing to go and seek out this control of middle. They already own the catwalk. It's not info that Astralis have yet, but they're about to find out.
Constant pressure on this B site with these lurk smokes. Not using them. Just keeping Spirit guessing.
I mean, he made them very twitchy and nervous about a mid to B split. Nade on the smoke at least provided the info that no one was out there yet for Astralis. But it's forced you to burn a good chunk of your util here. You've pulled Tanier out of position, have him watching CT because of that mid to B smoke, because of the B lurk smoke. Zontix looks like he might want to alleviate some of this pressure over towards the front of the tunnels, but no, he just blocks.
It's all about short right now. 5 players, same position. Astralis setting up an execute, 40 seconds. Shiro needs to hit his shots.
Missed here last time, no room for them this time around. Cover in from the rifles, a miss from Shiro. Tanier able to stand and deliver, burning alive now in the molly, had to get out of there. Magic's left as the sole man in the site itself, and up and over, Ryu finds him. All this focus on FaZe, you forget what Ryu brings to the table, but this 3K showcases why we were excited for the rifle prospect in Astralis to take to Team Spirit in the first place.
And another limitation of this second AWP. Can Donk really go for this? If he had a rifle, no doubt he'd be running up CT looking for those fights. This is just not the tool for the job. Knife to a gunfight. Spirit walk away. Astralis onto 9. And Shiro's misses continue to matter here on this CT side. He could have played further away, right? He could have played that ramp. I'm not going to lie. I like the execute from Astralis. It's Paravision-esque, but their util doesn't land perfectly. Their mollies don't land deep enough to burn out ramp fully. And so Spirit can play back against the wall. That's what Magix is doing, wide on that ramp position. If Shiro takes a similar angle, he can get more shots off with the AWP. But both him and Tanir caught in the open, swinging into fights. Tanir burning on default. There's only so much room, right? You have 3 players here, but there was room.
Well, if you haven't been sold on the double AWP, good news, it's over for Team Spirit. Because of that save, if they wanted Shiro to have one, Donk had to drop his over, so the rifle comes back out.
It's a bit of a relief, I think. Is it for Astralis?
This is the round where you could break Spirit's money. And that would suddenly thrust you into a very powerful position with only 1 rifle round between you and the game being over.
Sontex and Donk both fighting tunnels, looking for these opening kills again. Oh, yeah, but he eats that flash, doesn't mind. He's got a teammate with his back. Retake on long. Shiro, once again.
A lot of attempts at misdirection in this round. Shiro never moved a muscle, just focused in on the long doors. And the problem with attempting this much misdirection, you had the corridor smokes in mid, you had the lurk smoke at B, but that is a lot of your util burn on hoping you can cause Spirit just to get out of the way, essentially.
Last-ditch attempt here on the mid to B.
This is what they're left with, charging past that mid to B smoke.
Oh.
Out through the window, Ryu provides an opening. Are they ready for Donk? Another man in the sight, went uncleared, Ryu finds him.
What a hero.
And they brawled their way into a 2v2. It's the 2 new boys, the 2 heavy hitters, 17 kills apiece left up in this one for Astralis. Push through the door smoke, Fuzi caught by surprise, and Ryu was trying to wrap middle. Ryu is so out of position right now, they're already in the sight.
Can't run yet.
Time might be the problem here. Kit on Tanir.
They don't know.
They're going for the clear. They don't know where this guy's gotten to, but surely you start to piece it together, and with the kit picked up, Ryu won't get here in time. He's too late. Overcomplicated this one. Defuse held, and Team Spirit lock in double digits. A round that could have been so much more for Astralis.
Spirit is just confused at that one, but they'll take it. I gotta say, yeah, the clutch falls a bit short. Ryu trying to get cheeky with it, knowing he can just be lined up in an awkward fight in tunnels. He makes that round possible. Look at this in tunnel. He full tanked the molly. The molly is down. He runs all the way through. If there wasn't an indictment of the CT incendiary, Ryu gives us one. Takes 50 damage on that cross, gets a double entry. And Donk's double kill in defense turns out to be enough. Spirit just stick it. But you can't say that Astralis aren't giving them a run for their money right now. That was a round where the plan went wrong for Astralis, and they still made it into a winnable position. Trying to avoid it being a game of what if. Spirit with a round lead. Money still on the line.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of the one bit of solace you can take here if you're Astralis, this idea that Spirit, sure, they win that round, but they're still just as vulnerable. The chance is still there to be the ones in pole position.
And a great call from Spirit to just gamble 3B off the gates, trusting in Shiro's AWP, and knowing the Astralis have had their best success in getting into this B-bomb site. Oh, missing that. Was that info one way? Did Donk get it? Out mid with the AWP, Fuzi giving nothing.
I mean, you've been setting some slow-burning conditioning here if you're Astralis, right? These constant mid-to-B smokes, these constant lurk smokes out through the tunnels. This time, Ryu plays on a forward timing. The triple stack, now down to 2, and Tanir's making it work. Hell of a shot back for Fuzi, and now they know that Donk's in this position somewhere. Fuzi's gonna find him. This time Astralis, no giving this one away. They've reached double digits themselves.
Dude, I'm just loving how Ryu is playing this B-Lug. Last round runs through a molly. This round runs through the smoke. Catches Zontix in a reposition. Tanir has been shooting hard all game. Puts up a massive double. But they play the dance of death. It is the kill feed that gives Astralis the info. Donk is alive. He is still here. They managed to run rings around him. And he just can't find a guaranteed fight. Astralis break in with a 10th round and break Spirit's money while they do.
$1,400, that's all they get.
This is such a well-called game. And not just from Hooksy, although he's had some great calls. It's also just the way these players are playing off of each other, timing these mid-to-B hits really well. Ryu and Fuzi taking the cake right now. Fuzi, long pick. A little looser of a call, and with the molly short, he had a chance. No repeat allowed.
I mean, with this force by him for Spirit, this is them risking the game right here, right now.
Shiro Orb, Donk rifle, Zontix rifle. You know it. Can be enough. Is it? Magic's 5-7 up close. This could go disastrously wrong, especially with these flashes.
2 players coming in and the 5-7. This is prime time for it. Shiro gets there in time to help him out.
At the scope.
And they know that Fuzi's here too. This is the bomb in the long doors. He won't force the reposition out of Magic's, and so you've got to dig deep. 3v5 on the back foot. They're going to dodge the stack at least, but with Shiro coming through this smoke, swing and a miss, Zontix could fall here, and that might open something up. Stare with a double. Fuzi going to try and join him. They slow it down in middle. Magic's flank coming in and dink through this smoke. It's all feeling awkward. The boost gets there just in time. And for Stare, low on health, no road left to run. The risky force buy will prevail.
Yeah, it's a relief for Spirit when that 2v5 starts to happen with the entry out mid. It's the path to B. A very important boost from Spirit that Astralis can't see over the top of. And Magic's at long, ice cold. Takes a 5-7 kill, just tucks on the molly. Doesn't even try and escape. Astralis, such a great T-side appearing. And then they get beat by that $500 power punch of a pistol. Fuzi again. And they just look to keep it basic.
With the AWP covering, you know, Ryu's been down to take this fight through smokes, through mollies, you name it. This time he's got support. Zontix and Donk don't care. Crossfire comes through for Spirit. Hooksy, chance at the double down here in middle, but he can't control the spray on that Tech 9. And, well, for Fuzi, back to the drawing board. This AWP is the only thing they're going to have now to try and stop. Map point for Spirit.
And it looks like it's just going to be a what-if for Astralis. That's what this is feeling like right now. A few rounds back and forth, a bunch of saves from Spirit, the double AWP letting them down. And now as Astralis go for these B hits, Spirit start to hold strong. Big double from Donk. Zontix does his job. And it's Astralis clambering back. Man disadvantages. A bridge too far here. Fuzi's just saving. Spirit onto 12. I do like the call. It's very cheeky. Donk is even practicing movement tech, showing us how to get off the box silently. He knows this round is over. It's something like this. Oh, he did do it earlier. It's been an interesting game, that's for sure.
Counter-terrorists win.
One kill from FaZe lets him maintain the top spot, going blow for blow with Donk in the battle for top of the server. That AWP is the only thing they really have to work with in this round.
Yeah, how do you cool your way out of this? Spirit have done a really good job of not letting FaZe force opening kills on this T side. He was at the forefront of it in the first half, but it's been no fighting in middle for Shiro, no attempts at entries really succeeding for FaZe.
He spawned again for FaZe.
This is how he starts every round.
I don't really have much of a reason to give him a fight here. Jump for Donk, and he missed that timing the first time around. Doesn't the second. They try to power through once more. Didn't work out for them in the one prior. Here they get the openers. FaZe falls, so that AWP's got to make its way onto someone else. Astralis getting into the site now, trying to break through and keep this game going. Smoke in at the doorway, and a retake. You've got to weigh up here. Spirit have money on 3 players. They're going to employ this boost.
Wait a sec.
Looking in over the top, drop down, and maybe a good thing. Stair was giving it a cursory glance with that AWP. Double nade, Yabby's dead, and surely that's the red carpet rolled out for this retake. Pressure on for Hooksy and Stair. They've been a little quiet here, especially Hooksy. Stair on the AWP delivers the first. Time is getting real low for Spirit, and they've left this one too late. Stair's Deeg provides. And Shiro gonna go down with the bomb for sure. Missed shot, real awkward. Astralis is still in this thing.
Hooksy has 4 kills. He clutches the 1v1, but no, I can't believe Astralis do it again. Just walking into B, they say, guys, it won't happen twice. Donk won't multicolor us once more, and somehow they're right. Unreal, audacious call from Astralis to get them back in with another shot for overtime. I mean, that's all you could do with that kind of buy. Force it.
Look, it feels like you've done something magnificent in that last round, but the job isn't over. Job's not done.
Donk is dead.
You can't celebrate yet. Even now, you're just fighting for overtime, fighting to extend play, but you've left yourself in a good position. 4 on 3. Ryu holding in the tunnels, denies any chance of aggression. Magix has pushed all the way through the long doors once more on that dreaded 5-7. So as long as you don't give him these shadow advantage fights, if you can dodge him all together, Astralis in a good spot.
This is uncertain right now for Spirit. They're relying on Shiro because this has just been a B-focused T-side for Astralis. I'm surprised they're not stacking it and just all-inning, hoping they get the right call. Donk is waiting, watching as Shiro re-smokes B. Don't trust Ryu won't push through. Magix's patience unmatched as Yabby has to regroup with his team. And as he does, look at the minimap, Magic starts to move. It is perfection. But it's only a pistol on the backstab. Will backs be turned?
Holding it right now. Oh, cover there, and Yabby delivers.
He's open for
You thought he'd missed that timing, but always kept a watchful eye on it. They're going to go into the AWP. They're going to go into Shiro.
No.
He's been outclassed by FaZe thus far in this game, and if he can hit this streak of kills, all of that will be forgotten. They're coming Shiro's way. Will he crumble? Yes, he falters. And now Hooksy hunting Zontix down in mid. This one will be decided in extra time.
I think we deserve it. This has been a damn good game of Dust 2. Astralis doing more with less, winning out with broken buys, bullish B hits on this T side. And Ryu has just been unstoppable. He has been unkillable on this B entry, hiding in plain sight. Again, finding the B player in Shiro. And Spirit straight into OT, straight back out, double AWP. FaZe looks to re-peek. Spirit don't go before the smoke. And I'll say it again, despite the strong game, it's not been picks on this T side for FaZe. It's not been allowed. Spirit run a tight ship.
It's just impressive, man. Like, you know, FaZe and Ryu, the 2 new faces in Astralis, they're up against the best rifler of last year and the 3rd best AWPer. And they're at least matching them. Shiro's been outclassed in this one. Just looked a little awkward on the AWP from the get-go.
It's not Hooksy's day, is it?
You couldn't have predicted this. And it's like you said earlier, you don't want this to be a game of what ifs. You don't want to think you had them on the ropes, you had them where you wanted them, you were getting these incredible performances from your new boys, and you let it go to waste. So as we enter this overtime, can Astralis capitalize? That's the big question.
They had to earn overtime from 12-10 down with no economy. They are lucky to be here, looking to make the most of it. Haven't seen one of these rounds in a long time. Short execute, 4 players, Lurker waiting. Shiro's timing is integral as to when he comes back to assist, but Smoke stops this corner fight. Magic moving in, back still turned. They are not considering this as Magix lines up 3. A little bit of luck and then some skill because Magix finds 4 with the pistol as well. Shiro to shut it down, not even needed. This one's unwinnable.
Magix wants the ace.
And let him have it. He can't. An earned round nonetheless. Big 4K from Boris. And Spirit start off overtime.
I mean, it's funny, you mentioned the last time these teams went head-to-head was all the way back at Astana. HooXi had a very similar 4K spray down up on Catwalk at that tournament, where stray bullets just catch players in the back. Magix's turn to farm out on short.
Feigning B, putting a lot of util and insta smoke. Spirit don't really panic. You would have thought molly nade dump, but just one molly and they reflash to clear it. Surprised that Spirit are not scared of an early round. Astralis' goal was to get rid of the util on this B bomb site so they can hit it later. Now Spirit look for the fights. Will that later be sooner? HooXi trying to entry, blocked eventually. A lot of threat towards B to start this round. Spirit don't buy it.
Yeah, you know, even that's worrisome. The idea that Spirit have started to, in spite of all your attempts to condition them to worry about their tunnels, be scared about these pushes, they've held on a util now for far later in this round. FaZe given a chance, can't deliver. Down the tail end of this game, Shiro besting him in that head-to-head. Big ramifications now as it leaves Astralis clutching at straws, 3 on 5. Gonna look to try and get out through middle. It's smoke in from Stair. Tania plays through it, plays ahead of it and around the edge of this smoke. Gonna extend the advantage even further for Spirit. You're not left with a lot now, not with Donk closing in on this mid position. Stair might go unchecked, but look at how wounded he is. 20 seconds left, and not much left to do for Stair, but run away. Shiro comes in a clean house, and Spirit in OT look to level up.
Find someone who looks at you the way Dong looks at Magix. Back-to-back rounds for Spirit into overtime. And Shiro besting FaZe matters massively at this point in the game with the 2 polar opposite experiences that these AWPers have had. Donk forgot to charge his mouse. So he's plugging it in to get a quick bit of juice. Careful with the juice near the peripherals, Harry.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Simple knows.
Look, man, if he wasn't damn well the best player CS has seen, then you'd be giving him a hard time right now.
Which one?
Donk.
It's fair. Come on, Donk. You don't have a backup. Here's one I charged earlier.
Was he trying to charge it wirelessly too with a little snap in at the bottom?
And they say, no, we got to play the game.
Yeah.
That's on you, bro.
We're not taking the...
So he's now playing wired mouse.
30 minutes.
How long do they...
Well, it's time for the final game of the day here in Krakow. If you're on the B stream at least, you've got FaZe, you've got 3D Max, and this is FaZe Clan arriving in the shuttle, and KRAKOW knows what it's like to win here in, well, in this region, I suppose. Not in Krakow, in this country, I suppose. It's not to say in this city, but we've moved city now, Jason. It's easy to forget
But
that.
Poland, he knows Poland really well.
Poland really,
He's
really
great
well.
at winning in Poland.
In fact, the only person that probably knows Poland better than him is Jacob on his team, who is, in fact, Polish. Surprise, surprise. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing FaZe in this competition. I hope they play well. I hope they bring some form to it, because I would love to see FaZe get into that arena to play in the Torrent arena with Jacob. I think they can make it a very exciting run.
And both these teams kind of starting their year at in the last couple of weeks at the Blast Bounty as well. Both of these teams having a very slow start to the year, having a very short start to the year, playing one game in a best of 3 online, getting eliminated, and then not continuing in the Blast Bounty. So both of them playing that one official online, losing, and now coming in here as their second official, their second start of the year. I think it's two teams in two really different places. Obviously, for like a team like 3D Max, you're going to want to see them kind of get over the hump of where they were last year, which is sort of like the gatekeepers to the top 10, the gatekeepers of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Those guys could never make the leap themselves on any consistent basis. And for FaZe, it's the question of major FaZe. Was that just like a flash in the pan? Like kind of like Furia. Was that was like the one bright spot we had? Can we get more of that, or was that just in this isolated moment?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, that has just been a FaZe thing. Just every version of the roster making it to playoffs of majors. But, I mean, the other solid thing going for them is history between the squads.
Yeah, this is their clashes in 2025, firmly in the favor of FaZe as well. Wins all across the year. So, I mean, yeah, it's been something where 3D Max has had a tough time. Only 1 out of 5 series against each other last year went the way of 3D Max. Otherwise, mostly FaZe, even despite some of the struggles that FaZe was having, but shoring things up towards the end. So, yeah, FaZe, dominant history against this 3D Max team.
Yeah, and we'll see if that continues into this year. This is the event. Last year, one of the last tournaments they played with Joko is this 3D Max
That's right,
squad.
yeah.
Then they went on to make some changes, and then later in the year, obviously made Gravity the new England.
We weren't even sure how those changes were going to go when they swapped out Joko, because he was like kind of like their big firepower. He felt like their biggest oomph player inside the server. And Body came in, and he was obviously very serviceable and did a very good job for them. I think Body is one of the stronger players on this team, so didn't really miss as much of a beat as they thought they might have with that change, but still didn't give them that exactly what they needed to put themselves firmly in the conversation as a Tier 1 team, as a team that can potentially lift trophies.
Right. Well, here's the top 5 players. I mean, we're looking at Lucky being on top of that chart right now.
Yeah, top 5 players from stage 1, we should say, of IEM KRAKOW. So Lucky was just a monster, joined by OC, who is also a monster, but Lucky obviously in this one just popping off and being the best player in stage 1 of IEM KRAKOW, and now coming into stage 2, looking to carry that performance on.
It does feel like Lucky can be a bit of an X factor for this team, though. Like when he's playing really well, I think they just add a whole other level to 3D Max.
Sure.
For me, when I look at this team, I see Exorcist is the player I enjoy watching the most, but I think Lucky can have probably the high ceiling at times.
I think the problem is like teams at this level, like the easiest thing to point at, and this kind of sucks for uppers, but it is like you just do point at the uppers, and you're like, you know, that's where there could probably be the biggest step up. And speaking of uppers, Brokey, obviously the guy under a lot of scrutiny within the FaZe roster last year, had that whole saga around the Austin Major where he was benched just before it, came back rejuvenated, resurgent, playing well, kind of really struggled to keep that up through the second half of the year, and then showed up at the Major and just body bagged everybody. And that's part of the reason why FaZe made it all the way to the grand finals. But still not remains to be seen whether that's the Brokey we're going to get game in, game out, day in, day out.
I think the consistent Brokey, it sadly feels long gone, Jason. Like it feels like it's going to be a while till we see him be consistent again, if ever. But he's still a very young player. That's the other thing about Brokey. He's still extremely young.
And, you know, he hasn't lost that ability. I think like in Chaos, he seems to thrive. But obviously we had the Riflers of FaZe, who are probably the biggest strengths you can rely on. Frozen and Twist popping up in the screen there. They had really good 2025s as well. Frozen, the 8th best player of 2025. Twist, the 11th best player of 2025 per HLTV. But those two guys as Riflers, obviously just forces to be reckoned with. Twist had his stint like through most of the year. He was with Liquid for a lot of it, found his way back towards FaZe, and it was clear like once, like towards the end of his tenure in Liquid, he helped carry them to a berth to the Major, to the second Major of the year with some performances that he had with them. Switch over to FaZe, those performances just continued. He's hitting a real good stride in terms of his individual level.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking forward to hearing from FaZe as well. Coming into this game, I mean, this is a team that, you know, when you look at them on paper, they should be the favorites in a game like this, just with the way they have been performing against 3D Max historically. But I think with KRAKOW, especially coming out of stage one, you've had a little bit of a warm-up if you're 3D Max. Does that become a factor at all?
I mean, I think it's the conversation that we always have around majors too. Is you get that first stage to kind of get acclimated to the environment. But either way, we get to see what it's feeling like down there because we got an interview ready to go with Kerrigan.
We're about to see FaZe get to action here at IEM KRAKOW, and I've got Kerrigan here with me after, I guess, a bit of a false start at Bounty, but I guess this is very much a fresh start.
Yeah, I mean, playing online has never been our strong suit. It's not an excuse. I think we were not mentally ready for the season coming in. So yeah, I think this is a good testing ground for us. Very important tournament of the year, and we need to show a better face like we did in Budapest.
Yes. We, of course, are thinking back to the fact that you were able to make such a great run right at the end of last year. Tell me, as the captain, what's your specific focus here, the first couple of games? What do you really need to be seeing from your guys, especially, I want to say, Jacob?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for us to try to replicate the success we had the last tournament, right? Our last year, the last 3-4 months of our year last year was very bad for us. Mentally, individually, changes everywhere, right? So we need to find some consistency now. That's what we are fighting for. We have now showed what we can when we play really good. But now we have to consistently do it, and this is a great tournament for Jacob with more experience and a small break. And he's the only one who didn't take a break. He was playing FaZe, so he wanted to be ready for the season. And we had a bootcamp coming to this event because we now failed in Blast. We had time to fix some mistakes and details. So looking forward to how the game goes, but it is always interesting first LAN of the year.
It sure is nice to know that Jacob is leading from the front. Now 3D Max, of course, already have some reps under them, right? And I feel like a lot of times we see that from I mean, Furia just lost as an example. So are you afraid that maybe it's going to be a little harder to go up against these guys who've been fragging hard for a few days here?
I don't think so. I think we are very used to ESL setup. I would say if this was a tournament with a different monitors, traveling to US and stuff like this, then I think there was a better case to be made. And if it was best of one in the major, I agree as well that being warmed up is very important. Here we come into best of 3, and I think it doesn't have that big advantage. We had 3 extra days to get prepared for the tournament. So in the end, it's the same. So starting from stage 2 is way better if you want to go deep. But you have to make it there first, of course.
I love it. Now, on 3D Max, Gravity in particular, he likes to come sometimes shout to the other side. I think you've been at the other side as well. And 2025 was kind of the year of Wii U, I think, right? Do you have anything new in store?
It's random, whatever happens. I think I never intended Wii U to be so much hype about it. When I joined Retech server during my Christmas break, I joined and they all start viewing.
Do'stlar, hammaga assalomu alaykum va bizda markaziy o'yinlar boshlanmoqda. 3D Max hamda FaZe Clan komandasi o'rtasidagi bahs. Va bizda mana FaZe Clan komandasi Kerrigandan o'z fikrlarini eshitdik.
Yeah, I think we're all looking forward to hearing, is there anything else from Kerrigan? We've had an ambulance last year. Do we have any other sort of
Xo'p, bizda hozir bumping jarayoni bo'ladi.
I like the way that he does just basically say it's all random. Like, I don't control these things. My brain just makes a noise. And we just kind of roll with it. He's like, I'm not thinking about anything.
We go on that
It's just sort of happening.
Yeah, I like that we will go on that
O'rtoqlar,
journey with
ekranga
Kerrigan this
yaqinroq
year,
kelamiz,
and
o'yin
hopefully
yonadi.
for FaZe's sake and for everybody's sake,
Kimga muxlislik qiladi,
kommentariyada
kommentariyada yozamiz, chatda.
But here's the video coming up. Bang, gonna be Mirage coming out for 3D Max as usual. And what do you think we might take this one, Jason?
That's an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. FaZe, Anubis, and Mirage taken out. I mean, I could see
Xo'p,
this going to
bizda ban Mirage kartasi 3D Max komandasidan va Anubis kartasi FaZe Clandan va birinchi pikimiz aniqlandi. Birinchi pik Inferno 3D Max komandasidan va FaZe Clan esa Nuke kartasini pik qildi va Decider hal qiluvchi karta esa hozir chiqadi bizda. Xo'p, qaysi karta? Overpass kartasi ban bo'ldi. Bu gal Overpass ko'rmaymiz. Katta ehtimol bilan qaysi karta deb o'ylaysizlar? Decider.
Well, Inferno and Nuke. I think we could be happy with that. We'll see where we go for the third map if
Das
required.
2 ban va Ancient kartasi Decider bo'ldi. Hal qiluvchi karta bizda Ancient kartasi bo'ladi. Agar mabodo birov bir holatga keladigan bo'lsa, Deciderda Ancient'da ko'ramiz o'yinda.
No, not really. As a decider, I think it's, I don't know. I don't really have a great sense of like FaZe having some dominant Ancient. I think if it gets to 3, that could get a little bit weird. I almost would want to lean towards 3D Max in that kind of a. I don't know. This
Birinchi karta 3D Max komandasidan Peak Inferno kartasi juda ham qiziq karta bo'ladi.
I feel like we had a good read. I guess 3D Max you kind of still have. You still place him at that kind of gatekeeper barrier of tier 2 to tier 1. But for FaZe, it's like the up and down nature of this team just makes it so hard. They are that team that just at some level just becomes annoying to talk about because you're like, well, we know they've got it in them. It was just a question of whether it's going to happen today.
Yeah, it's true. It is just a flip of the coin, really, when it comes to FaZe.
We're
just waiting on Twister setting up at the moment, and then we'll get into the game and get into the action. We've got the best admins in the business just helping out over there. For the likes of 3D Max, though, you know,
Xo'p, yana bir bor eslatib o'taman va bizda ajoyib match boshlandi. 3D Max hamda FaZe Clan komandalari o'rtasidagi bahs birgalikda jonli efirda o'zbek tilida tomosha qilamiz o'rtoqlar. Albatta aktiv bo'lamiz, like bosib kommentariyada o'z fikrlaringizni yozib qoldiring, qaysi komanda yutadi. Simple'da o'yini qachon? Simple'da o'yini endi boshlanadi.
Yeah, it's cool to see that, and hopefully he did it internally with the
Streamda
team as
bo'lib
well.
o'tadi,
Like,
adashmasam.
today, it's like we don't get to just kind of write this one off like we did last week with the online game. There's really nothing that we have to kind of hold us back on this one, so it's not even about the setup anymore. We just got to come in and deliver. And I mean, you heard him mention too, because they got blown out and eliminated so early at Blast, they actually got a little bit of extra time for a boot camp, so maybe that can go a long way. I'm just curious to see what we're going to get out of him. Obviously, Jacob is someone that I'm going to keep my eyes on. You know, with his addition to the roster late last year, the weird situation he was put into with Rain going in and out and all a little bit confused. His performance at the major was super impressive. It was really cool to see him kind of back up some of the faith that FaZe had talked about having in him.
Assalomu alaykum.
And now
Assalomu
it's the
alaykum
development. Now it is that extra,
chatdagilarga.
like, week of a boot camp because you went out early at Blast. Now it is this guy going to come in and actually show us this year that he's taken steps and he's in the right direction? Because he was a force, man. He had huge impact with the rifle back at the major.
Yeah, I think for Jacob, it comes down to just like getting confidence and actually feeling like you belong in this team and some confidence in the team. I think with the way he comes into this FaZe roster, first of all, is a tough spot to fill, right? It's Rain. But then also the fact it wasn't helped out by the fact that Pro League was a big fumble and Rain had to come back, and then they made it to the playoffs. They played well. And then
Xo'p, sizda ham ko'rsa bo'ladimi? A-streamda tomosha qilasiz, xudo xolasa, A-streamda. Xuddi Game Point Esports YouTube kanalimizda A-streamda bemalol o'zbek tilida tomosha qilsangiz bo'ladi. Ozgincha
What if you think
qoldi.
of it this way too? Like, imagine if they get the payoff of this kind of Jacob acquisition, right? Imagine if he just comes out like he's not. I don't think we're going to see him kind of pop off and become a star like a Frozen or a Twist anytime soon. But if he's going to be a solid rifler that's not, making rookie mistakes, that's just performing admirably in his position and when called upon, you've got a really
O'yinni
strong rifling core of three
boshlaylik,
players of Twist,
o'yinni.
Frozen, and Jacob. You have Kerrigan at the helm, and then then you're working on Brokey getting back into shape. But then you have some options, and you have a rifling core that you can be
O'kamni pulni
confident in.
yodlab oldim
I think
yuzlarini.
Jacob's in a position where actually he can be a pretty important piece of this team if he shows improvement in the first few months here in this kind of build up to the first major of the year that's going to be IEM Cologne at the end of the first season. So he's on what seems to be a pretty decent path, and we'll see if he can kind of perform.
Yeah, I think for Jacob as well, he's just one of the great things about him is just his mechanical skill is incredible. Like the way he's able
Qog'ozlar
to perform
taktikalar
and some of the
yozilgan,
shots he's hitting
komandalar
is-
tayyor.
It's beautiful. There's a lot of players that don't even come close to matching that. So I think for Jacob's sake, he does have a lot going for him in that department. And every player that you've ever spoken to that talks about Jacob, they say one of his greatest strengths is the fact that he just listens, and that's actually quite huge. There's a lot of players that don't do that.
We're setting the bar very low here in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of players that don't really learn and they don't listen, stuck in their ways, or is Jacob's kind of like a sponge. I mean, it'd be so hard to not be in a team like FaZe.
Exactly. I mean, he's got the perfect team to just be able to what am I going to do? Not listen to the veterans around me who are top 10 players in the world? That's
you can only do that if you've got simple style skill.
Yeah, that's the nice thing for him is that he's surrounded by guys who can help him kind of ease through this. So, okay, a lot of admin activity over here on the Twist PC. I've seen him laugh, but something's apparently just kind of blown up internally. So we're chilling.
Yeah, well, we brought a lot of admins, player management.
Even Neo's chiming in, looking over the shoulder.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over here.
What'd you do, Twist? What'd you do, Russ? Break that PC?
Maybe.
Oh, he looks stressed. Frustrated.
Oh, I'm
already
sure it's gonna
before
be.
the game's even begun.
I mean, this is the way 3D Max just need to slip in, ruin the config ahead of the game.
Start typing to him.
You just
What's wrong with your config, bro?
Slipped in, deleted all the binds.
It's when like the match starts and you see him like miss an easy shot on the pistol, and you're like, maybe want to double check that config one last time, just really mentally mess with him.
Did you guys do that, Lance? Like when you would bring your own PC, and like you would go over to your friend's PC or something, or your opponent's PC, and delete their config from their PC?
Of course we wouldn't do anything like that. Of course we would not ever do anything like that.
We definitely did.
Yeah.
And when I was watching, actually, you know, I went to a few Irish lands back in the day, Jason. Let me tell you.
Tell me about Irish lands. I bet they got wild.
There was a fight broke out in front of the little casting area that we have because
Naturally, as you do.
Because teammates didn't buy each other Subway. They went to Subway and they bought sandwiches for everyone on the team apart from one teammate.
It's a classic.
And that really turned into a massive fight.
Yeah, hook your teammates up with some Subway.
Yeah. We had I decided to play one time. And one of my teammates, I'll not name him, but he turned up. He didn't turn up actually. He turned up the first day and then he didn't come the second day.
Just didn't show up the second day.
Because he went on a bit of a party, I think.
Okay.
So I had to play on 2 PCs. So I'd be like, I'd play and then I'd run to the other
So
side.
you were the bot who would rush and then switch to the other PC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And then that was
worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Needless to say, I am casting. So
Okay, cool.
that was never going to happen for me.
It was never in your future.
Never. Okay, so now 3 matches kind of look it over, wondering, okay, come on, guys, we want to get this game started.
Yeah, they're ready to rock and roll.
The 3 Max are the team that had the controversial delays at the major, man. They just couldn't get out of that hotel on time, unfortunately. They were
Oh
tweeting
yeah,
about that.
all the shuttle discrepancies.
Now they're here, ready to go. But looks like it's going to be a little bit of an extended one, so we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have the game ready for you. It'll be 3D Max versus FaZe here in KRAKOW.